show of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day, Papa Mac, Preacher, Pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Good morning, crew. How are we doing today? Jacked up this morning, more than usual. Many of you know, today is our big pour day for the gunite pool project. We had gale force winds here last night, typical the night before, like a giant tropical event the night before a construction project. 45-mile-an-hour winds. Found a mattress in our front yard. Our neighbor has an outdoor swing bed type thing with a twin style mattress on it. It's on their second story of their house on the back side. Somehow or another it made it down into the yard and all the way into the front of our lawn. So that's evidence that the winds were particularly strong. Everything for the pool appears to be in order. We had some pretty serious rain for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Fortunately, it all drained off. We don't have any puddling. Obviously, the hole is my concern. It's not full of water or doesn't have any standing water in it that would prevent them from going about their business. So they said we are the second project today for the gunite crew. They said we can expect them around 1 o'clock. So pretty excited about that. For the moment, we have sunny skies, 73 degrees and windy. The wind will help dry up a little bit of the residual water. Hopefully that the wind will die down. They don't want to have the dry concrete sort of that comes out of that pump and pressure air. They don't want the wind blowing it all over the neighbors' houses and things. So we do have some concern about the high winds, but it's looking pretty good.
That's what I was checking in on, see if you guys were going to get that done today.
Yeah, pretty excited about it.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's not the finish coat. The gunite is really what makes up the body of the pool. It'd be tantamount like pouring concrete, if you will. But afterwards, after that cures and hardens, they send what's called a plasterer crew out. They'll use the finish coat. It acts as what would be like a liner, if you will, the smooth coat.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 7 steps to this process. I think we're on number 3. Yeah, have a busy day here.
Yeah, you will.
Did you get a chance to see any of the Trump speech last
Yeah,
night?
I watched the whole thing, man.
Pretty crazy. Very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, he hit on some really key points, and he brought some emotion into it, and it was really good, man. I haven't seen one like that. I don't know if I've ever seen one like that.
There's the morning bell.
Ding, ding, ding.
Off and running. Yeah, I every time I think that the Democrats have hit the bottom, that they can't possibly get any more repugnant, they pull something like they did last night. I understand the whole concept of, when your guy's not in power, the Democrats remain seated, and State of the Unions. I mean, it's long held traditions and all that. And I get it that they don't rise and do a standing ovation and applaud for every single, bullet point he makes. But the refusal to stand for some of those things seemed to me like just like particularly nasty.
Yeah.
I mean, the one my wife pointed out with is a lot of people have missed. Obviously, the obvious low-hanging fruit was the little boy with cancer. They made a big deal about making him an on-the-spot Secret Service agent. I get it. It's all theater. It's meant to feel good.
Sure.
But it's still a little boy who's surviving cancer. You can't stand and clap for him. You're not clapping for Trump.
Yeah,
you're clapping
that's
for the little boy. And that was really strange to me. I thought to myself, well, this is a new level of ugly. But the one that touched the nerve with Mrs. Pirate was the 80 or 94-year-old lady who got her son back. She begged Trump, I guess, for help to get her son, who's I think was being held as a Russian. Well, I don't know if he was in jail in Russia or if he was just being held as a hostage. But for whatever reason, Trump was instrumental in getting him to come home. And they, any woman who gets her baby back, even if she's 90 years old, that's still her child. And to refuse to stand and clap for that was just like, so I don't know, man.
It's terrible.
Of course, then I was pleased to see them throw Green out. That was the first thing, because they telegraphed their punch. There was all sorts of chatter about how they were going to interrupt his speech, they were going to shout obscenities at him, all that kind of foolishness. So we kind of expected some of it. But I was pleased to see J.D. Vance was giving them the old "get him out of here" thumb, like you're out of here.
Yeah.
I kept telling them this. I said, there's a cop in there. He's a big cop. He's called the sergeant at arms. He's like one of the big security dudes there. And literally, it's in his name, the sergeant at arms. And sure enough, they're like, he's like, I'm going to warn you, if you do this one more time, you can't just stand up and interrupt the man. There's certain rules that you have to follow. Otherwise, that whole building just turns into chaos every time they have a meeting. So big surprise, the Democrats don't want to follow rules.
That's right.
But I loved it when they said, listen, we're not going to warn you again. And someone made the weak argument of, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene has shouted out some things and she was never booted. I'm like, wait a minute. If she continually interrupted the president, Obama, and interrupted him, she too would have been warned, if you will. But there was a difference there. They always try to make false equivalencies. What Green was doing wasn't just shouting out a quick comment. He was grandstanding, actually standing up, trying to draw the focus to him and make a protracted statement. That's not allowed in the rules. And he was asked to not do it again. He was given an opportunity to just sit down, and he refused to do that. And I thought it was absolutely masterful to say, I'm going to have him taken out of here, and you can either walk peacefully or we'll put you in handcuffs. And frankly, that's what the guy wanted. It's more that look-at-me shit. He was able to make it about him. For 3 minutes, it was all about his dumbass. So, yeah. Good stuff.
We are on our way, man.
The Democrats are really they're destroying themselves in real time, and I'm enjoying it.
It's amazing that they hadn't pumped the brakes a little bit, even. I mean,
well, it's a lack of self-awareness, dude.
Just completely lost.
Special kind of fucking dumb to fuck up that bad, since they have all the way through since the election, and still refuse, in the quiet darkness of having kind of self-reflection and say, this is on us. We really need to do a course correction. So look, I'm glad. I don't want them to improve. I want sane Republicans in charge, conservatives, independents even in charge. I don't need any more of these lunatics calling the shots. So the more they act like fucking circus clowns, the better the chances are that we remain in power. So I hope they just continue on with their three-ring circus.
Agreed.
Got people like that, what was it, Rashid Tlaib or whatever her name is, one of them, holding up a sign that says Elon Musk steals. I wish somebody would just corner her and say, listen, you can't just make blanket foolish statements about somebody like that. Now, do you care to show me some examples? Drill down on it, if you will, and say, I need you to tell me what exactly has Elon stolen. You can't just, it's like, you can't just make these ludicrous claims and then walk away. You need to be held accountable for what you say and reveal her as the clown that she is. But unfortunately, I guess, nobody had the time to do it or corner her. That's the kind of stuff that really torques me. The dude's one of the richest men in the world. I know he swaps places with Bezos. The price of their stock ebbs and flows, but I mean, to talk about it like he's some sort of a shoplifter or a thief. I'm a thief. I'm like, man, it's the same. If I put him in the same group of people that call Elon a moron, or Alexandria Cortez, her crowning achievement in life was literally getting elected from being a barmaid straight to Congress. That's the best she could put in the book of her life right now. And you got her calling Elon Musk a moron. I'm like, I question these people's sanity.
Says a lot more about them than it does about who they're talking about, man.
I mean, call him a womanizer, a fucking misogynist, a shitty dad, call him selfish, call him a fucking greedy prick. You might be able to argue some of that, probably lose the argument, but at least you wouldn't look foolish. But to call the man a moron, I'm like, okay. I'm like, how do you go about your decision making? What is your thought process, Alexandria Cortez, when you sit down and you consider Elon Musk, that makes you come to the conclusion that that's what he is, a moron? And it's just like, morning, Dynamite. He said, the most telling part to me is how they all wore pink in the fair treatment of women all day after they voted no to keeping men out of women's sports. Yeah, that's hilarious, Mike. Yeah, not even 24 hours before not a single Democrat voted to keep men, these transvestites or transformers, keep them out of fucking girls' sports. And here's what troubles me. I wish Trump would have looked at each and every one of them and asked them point blank, do any of you have little girls? Do none of you Democrats have daughters? And if so, you're okay with them being destroyed because of the biological advantage afforded men? I mean, it's just the silliest shit. It's kind of, I put it in the same basket of Trump had to declare English the American language, the official language. It's ridiculous that we even have to spend time on this. The man, we only have 80 years in this world, 100 years. The man's only got 4 years in office, and he has to spend time declaring English as the national language. Not like he doesn't have anything else that's more important to me. It just fucking, but here we are. Good morning, Hayden Jake. Good to see you. I'm just completely amazed that they get elected and reelected. That's one of the biggest revelations I've had here recently, was that apparently if you dedicate yourself to getting elected in America, you don't have to be particularly smart. I've never looked into running for office. I don't know. I know a little bit how it works. You got to get on a bunch of boards and volunteer and you want to gin up support, and you want to go places where there are groups of people. I understand it's probably hard to get elected knocking on one door at a time to gather. I know you got to gather signatures to get yourself on the ballot, and then you hope that when election day comes, people recognize your name and check the box for you. But I always assumed there was at least a minimum threshold for intellect. But apparently I've been wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong, that you've got these people who are clearly not the sharpest knife in the drawer, and they have all made their way to Washington, D.C. And for me, that's troubling. Tech Wheelo says there's a lot of things founding fathers did not put in the Constitution because they didn't expect people would go that dark or that dumb. If they did, I bet they would have put more into it. I couldn't agree more, Tech We Love. Along with that, keeping with that, is the anchor baby concept. This whole thing is that if you're 9 months pregnant and you sneak into the United States and ploop a baby out at the airport because you gave birth here, that the baby's automatically a citizen. That's another one of those examples where they didn't, when they wrote in there that if you're a natural born American, if you're born here, you become a citizen. That was done, and if you approach that with good faith, that was done with the general idea that anybody who's here was here legally. The founding fathers never dreamed that hordes of people would sneak into the country and then give birth here. So again, once again, they use our own laws against us. They find a loophole where there was, I guess I've heard the term failure of imagination. Like I said, it just never dawned on the founding fathers to have to be that specific about, being born here, that you need to be born here but your adults, or excuse me, your parents need to be legal citizens. And I guess it just never occurred to them that would ever happen. Another example of what you were talking about there. Capulo says, with the track record of billionaires getting divorced, I applaud Elon Musk and his relationships outside of legal marriage. My opinion on that is pretty straightforward, Tech. I don't care how many kids he makes as long as he feeds them. I grew up with the old don't breed them if you can't feed them. I'm anti-welfare, anti-food stamps. I'm anti taking from one guy to give to another. And that's hand in hand with the welfare. The whole aid and SNAP is that one man has to work, and then he has to give part of his wages to feed a baby that was brought into this world by another man. And to me, that's just simply unacceptable. It has nothing to do about cruelty to children or wanting to see kids go hungry. It's just about why should one man be forced to work for another man's actions? It's a kind of slavery. So I have an issue with that. But I would care if Elon Musk knocks up everybody in the state of California, as long as he can put the groceries on the table for them and put a roof over their heads. That's the way it's supposed to work, man. The big lion on the Serengeti, he gets to lay the pipe. And right now, Elon Musk is the big lion out on the Serengeti. So we'll see. The level of hate, that's what troubles me sometimes. Is as much as I enjoy being on X and Twitter, it's overweighted with the doom, and it's overweighted with hate and ugly. I wish it weren't so, because I do enjoy reading and writing there so much. But I don't understand this need for so much hate. And what I want to ask folks, and maybe people here could weigh in on it on chat, is are there any successful people that aren't evil? It's back to the whole concept of, yes, the rich should pay more, the rich are fucking over the poor, all rich are evil, and then by extension, rich sometimes means successful. So my question is, are there any good guys? Or do you if you become successful in America, you automatically become wealthy from whatever reasons? Whether somebody died and left you a bunch of money, or you invented Microsoft, are there any successful people that aren't automatically Satan, evil? It's the most incredible thing to me. I believe my default on it is that it's always bound in envy and jealousy. And I do believe that. I think it's just that simple. I think it's just one of those fundamental human flaws that everyone has. We all have have it inside of us, that when we see someone else who has more than us or has done more than us, that initially the first thing is to be angry because you don't have it. But it's amazing to me that it makes up for that much of Twitter and X. It's been most flagrant or obvious to me when it's concerning Elon Musk. Because again, the guy, I don't know who out there could have a wife, have a child, raise a little boy, and have him grow up to become what Elon Musk has become, and not walk around just as proud as you can be. I think both of my sons are, a gift to mankind, and they have paled in comparison. They haven't achieved anything, even a fraction of what Elon Musk has. And I hold both of my sons in such high esteem because of what they've done so far. So I question people's decision making when they look at a man like Elon Musk and think he's some sort of a loser or evil or bad, or lacking in some way. I just want to say you would be so fortunate if your husband or son could do any one of the things that Elon Musk has participated in. I just don't understand mankind's capacity for hate.
Run fast and in.
Back to the speech last night, another talking point just popped into my head. Is like Donald Trump made a statement that they wanted Robert Kennedy Jr., I think that's his name, to, among other things, focus some of his efforts on finding out what is the onset for, I think he said, Alzheimer's or dementia. Not a Democrat clapped, not a Democrat applauded. I'm like, so you're for Alzheimer's? Again, I don't get it. I'm like, you know, I get it, you hate Trump. I get it, maybe, you know. But when somebody says, one of the things I'm going to ask this particular employee to do is, among your other tasks, can you focus on figuring out what's up with the Alzheimer's? Why recently, and I think it was Alzheimer's. If I got the wrong disease, I apologize. But my point still stands, that he literally said, oh, by the way, I picked this guy. What's that, honey? Oh, excuse me, autism maybe. My whole point was, when you say, listen, we got this one employee over here, if you're curious as what I'm going to have him do, I have asked him, among other things, to focus on this disease. And nobody says, oh, that's a good idea. I mean, it's like, but Trump said it himself. If he cured childhood cancer and world hunger and discovered the mysteries of the universe, they're never going to give him any credit. Because this is all about hate. It has nothing to do with governance or policies or ideologies. It's all of just about hate, that bitter anger that boils up inside of them, and that's all they see. Everything they see is they look through the lens of hate. Thank you, Kong. He said autism. Excuse me. Tegula said, not always. Lots of times, the people with lots of money think they should push their gross morals on the rest of the world. George Soros and the rest of his ilk with DEI, transgender, and among other things. Yeah, I get it, Tech. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe the fact that because they have so much money, that they have a bigger voice stands to reason. Some of the people who are, especially the mega wealthy, their voice is heard, right or wrong. Nobody gives a fuck what Tech We Love says. The rest of the planet couldn't give two grizzly shits what your opinions are. So, and I don't know if that's right or wrong. It's just the way it is. But I guess if you're the richest man in the world, or if you're George Soros, Bezos, what have you, people care what you have to say. Now, we could debate whether that's a smart move or not. But I think it's safe to say that it's the truth. Once you have that much money, people pay attention to you. If for no other reason than they think that they may be able to get into some of that money. Maybe they want to dip their biscuit in your gravy, or somehow or another. But yeah, it's the truth. So maybe they have a bigger platform. So if they are a bad actor, it reveals more of that. But again, I don't focus Tech We Love on the bad ones. My question is, are there no good ones? None. That was what I was really getting at. If you took, 1,000 of that top group, you think it would be equally split? Like half of them could be evil and half of them could be good, or some ratio like that. But if you listen to X or Twitter or Reddit, which I'm not on Reddit, but if you pay attention to any of the writings there, they have this mindset that it's a monolithic block. Like there's some magical line that you cross, whether it's in terms of success or accumulation of assets and money. And once you get above that line, it's like you get issued a set of horns and a pitchfork and a pointy tail. Dynamite says it was funny when he was reading off the ages of people on Social Security. Yeah, Mike, that was another example of they hate the Doge and they hate Elon Musk for him revealing all this waste in Social Security. And Donald Trump's like, let me just read you a list. This is the data. They've got there's a real Social Security number, and it's got a real birth date on it, and checks have been flowing to that account. That's the thing that people miss, is that every one of those data points that he read off represents a cash transfer every 30 days. So it's a good scam. I can't believe I didn't get in on it. I wish I'd have just somehow or another managed to get my name on that sweet Social Security rolls, and then have checks delivered to my checking account for the next 100 years. Whether I'm dead or alive, it works good for my Team Camelot. So, crazy. Yeah, but Donkey Kong says Bernie Sanders used to bitch about millionaires until he became one. Yeah, that's a sliding scale for old Bernie. He just hates whoever has more than him. He started out hating millionaires because he wasn't in the club. Once he made it to the M Club, then it was, well, multimillionaires are evil. And then once he made it to the multimillionaires club, he moved it to, well, now it's billionaires. I'm like, okay, I see how it works. And that's patently obvious. Anybody that pays any attention can see the hypocrisy in that. And it'd be the same way. If he was worth $1 billion tomorrow, he's not going to refuse the money. You think Bernie Sanders, if he got a book deal tomorrow or bribe money that made him a billionaire, he'd be like, no, I've got enough. I believe that enough money is enough. Come on, get over yourself. He would take that shit, and then he would tell multi-billionaires are bad. It's okay to be a billionaire. He's just another one of those people that, as long as he's not in the club, he's going to hate on it until the minute he gets entry. Dynamite says Bernie looked sour sitting there. I missed him, Mike. I might have got distracted helping myself to another gummy or something because I had a little party last night. But I can tell you that I did see no fewer than 3 times the camera pan toward that piece of human excrement, Ilhan Omar, and she looked like she was about ready to burst into tears. And the only thing I can think of is that maybe she's emotional or she's scared, as she well should be. If she's lucky, the least that'll happen to her is that she'll be deported. I think they should take her citizenship away and deport her from this country. I don't know what legal mechanisms exist for that, but I'm telling you, she's a traitor to our country and she needs to go. And that's at a minimum. What should really happen to her, we don't do in this country anymore. It's a shame. Because if we had good leadership, we'd have gallows out in front of Washington, D.C., and we'd string a few of these traitors up and put an end to this shit of my allegiance is to, another country, but I'm here. Yeah, GrayLeaf said she should be scared, yep. But like I said, those days are over with. They're never coming back. We're never going to have capital punishment. We're never going to execute treasonous people any longer because we just don't have the political will. Our country has become too weak. We have too many who have leftist tendencies. The whole, in fact, they love being a victim as opposed to the opposite of standing up and saying, we're going to punish people who actively engage to hurt us and for the efforts of another country. Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Rashid Tlaib, she's the second one, and there was another one that's in that whole group. I failed to remember their name at this time, but they've been on. I mean, you don't have to take Pirate's word for it. You can Google it. They have clips of every one of them openly declaring that their allegiance is to their home country. They'll tell you. They're not here to assimilate. They're not here to become Americans. They're not even here to become, Iranian Americans. They're just here to see what they can get for Somalia. She'll tell you, sure, she's here to protect the Somalian people and get what she can out of the United States for Somalia. Well, that's treasonous. I mean, she literally admitted it on live camera. Why somebody at that moment in time didn't have her arrested and initiate a trial, or gather some evidence, have a speedy trial, have her convicted, and send her ass packing to send a message, shows a lack of political will. I may have to gummy up earlier than usual today. Between the anxiety of the storm last night and the impending construction project today, I've been on pins and needles. You can tell by my animated conversation or speech this morning. I need to reach for a gummy to help slow the RPMs down. We'll see how the morning progresses after I finish my patient. I think it's going to be one of those kind of days. Mike says, sorry everyone had to listen to Slotkin afterwards, another piece of trash from his home state. For those of you who don't know, Slotkin is a lady who gave the traditional rebuttal. They let the party that's not in power speak, to offer up a counterpoint after an event like last night, and she was chosen. First thing she did was reveal that she worked 13 years for the CIA. So right off the bat, she's part of the problem. She's a deep stater, one of those people like Andy McCabe and Peter Strzok and his lover Lisa Page, that whole bunch that, whether it's FBI or CIA, that think that they really run the government. Presidents come and go, congressmen and senators, yeah, they come and go, but we're here for 30 years. We really run the show. And that's what Trump's trying to do away with. Tech says politics has been way too entertaining this past month. I called it, Tech, if you remember a year ago. That was why I said we would squeeze this month. And it doesn't look like I was accurate. Big surprise, surprise. I've been wrong 10 times. This will be the 11th time. But that was, Mrs. Pirate told me that I was off on that. He said about 4 months ago. She's like, you should stop saying the date because, she's like, I don't think it's going to happen there. But my ideas were, I made my reasons and my theory, known to you guys in excruciating detail, I'm afraid, in an effort to provide some content. But this was part of it. I saw all this coming, Tech. I knew that we were going to see all sorts of wild shit just because of what happened to him the last time. He learns. Trump learned from his mistakes, and I knew that once he made his way back to Washington, that there was going to be a purge like never been seen before. And it's even exceeded what I expected. Yeah, GrayLeaf said she likes the part when Trump mentioned it, what they put him through, and asked how'd that work out for you. And he pointed his finger at him too, which was nice. That was a nice little physical touch. How'd that work out for you? How about the part where he called out? Then let's miss his pirate's help on this one. What was the name of that attorney general, Sandy, from Georgia, that got caught taking the NGO money? Yeah, Abrams. It was cool that Trump called out, what was her name? Nancy Abrams. I forget her first name. Really nasty piece of work out of, I think she was the attorney general or something out of Georgia, that played a part in trying to charge Trump with a bunch of crimes. Essentially the lawfare. Yeah, Abrams, Dynamite, using frivolous charges to try to prevent Trump from either running for president or being elected. More of that lawfare shit. Stacey Abrams, yep. And he called her name out too, about how that, and more importantly, he linked her to the fraud, waste, and abuse. I forget the numbers, or some sort of gigantic transfer of funds to some do-good organization, and just magically, through just a little basic search, they found out that Stacey Abrams was part of their do-gooder group, meaning she was in on the grift. And I thought that was nice. Yeah, her fat ass needs to go to jail for a long time. What she did was criminal. That is election interference. It's always the same. They run around and they're engaged in the very activities that they accuse the Republicans of doing. The whole time they're screaming election interference or interference from Russia. They're the ones that are actually doing it behind the scenes. I don't know what sort of psychology, what kind of pathology, not pathology, but what sort of explanation there is for that. I'm sure there's someone who's educated in the workings of the human mind could probably make an explanation for it. I know it's obvious when you see it. To try to circumvent the world, the desires of half the country. Half the country wants to vote for the man, and you want to deny them their choice by imposing your will over them. That's an overload of hubris. $9 pirate time here in the Florida Panhandle. AMC finds itself at $3.08. GameStop at $24.44. For those of you unable to see a chart, there you have it at the top of the hour. You mark my words, Rube. J.D. Vance is going to be the one. I can't tell you how excited I am. I almost want to like fast forward button through the Trump presidency, because I'm so eager to see J.D. Vance go about his work. Trump has a full schedule. His presidency will largely consist of getting some of this dumb shit stopped. And he's already, like you heard him say last night, they've done more in the first 6 weeks than Biden did in 4 years. But it's going to take a big part of the Trump presidency to unravel some of this shit, like border and aid, all the stuff that he's involved in with Doge and the economy, obviously. But once all of that is finished and all that shit is squared away, as they say in the military, then the fun can begin. And I think that's going to fall under J.D. Vance's time in office. And it's going to be glorious. They're going over some of the highlights on MSNBC or CNBC right now. Trump's statement was last night, and it's a portion of his speech where he talked about tariffs. He was like, let's just make it real clear. We're just going to have parity. If you have a 15% tariff on us, we're going to tariff you right back. And I don't know how anyone makes an argument that that's unfair. I'd love to see them twist themselves into pretzels to try to, the people like fucking Rachel Maddow and some of these other lunatics on the legacy mainstream media to have the counterpoint for that. I'd love to hear them look into the camera and tell the average working man or woman in America that we shouldn't reciprocate. It's like telling somebody, if you're standing there and you get punched in the mouth, don't punch back. Just take it. You're not allowed to punch back. You get punched in the mouth, just smile and say thank you. Speaking of Mad Cow and Rachel Maddow and all the rest of them, I guess they were losing their minds last night. They've got some clips of them trying to make counterpoints. And one of those nasty people said some horrendous things about that little boy with cancer. Something about, I hope he doesn't kill himself because of the impressions that are the abuse that's hoisted upon him tonight. And just some really nasty shit. And I'm like, how does she keep her job? How do you go on CNN or MSNBC and say something like that into a camera about a little boy with cancer and not immediately be told to clean your desk out? Rugged said he was forced to watch it. For those of you who don't know, our friend Rugged is, to put it nicely, he has members of his immediate family who aren't necessarily aligned with the conservative values. That's as charitable as I can be in describing that. So Rugged said he was forced to watch MSNBC Maddow last night. He says it was hilarious. Yeah, Donkey Kong said he hopes he doesn't become like one of the January 6th Capitol Police officers who committed suicide. I mean, that's some dark shit to go to, Donkey Kong. Like, why would you ascribe that to some little boy? I get it. She thought she was being witty, or that it was wordplay, and it was a way to draw focus really on something that didn't happen. That whole police officers committing suicide because of January 6th is right up there with that same other bucket of horse shit they try to shovel at everybody about 6 police officers died on January 6th. I mean, all you got to do is just a 10-second Google search and you'll find out that that's just utter horse shit. One guy flopped over dead of a heart attack from high cholesterol, and even the coroner said it was natural causes. They want to act like that somebody held him down and beat him to death with their fist, when the guy just died because he couldn't stay away from the bacon and butter. But it's easier to, I read somebody said it's easier to fool people sometimes than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. To excuse myself for a moment. I'm going to go move a vehicle out front in preparation for the incoming trucks today. I'll afford them as much parking as I can. And in an effort to alleviate some of my anxiety, I'm going to go do that. So if you give me just about 6 or 7 minutes away from the microphone, I'll be back as quickly as I can.
See you back in a minute, man.
I'm back, folks. Apologize for the delay. Took a little bit longer than I thought. Excuse me, I had to move the old red and my dump trailer out of harm's way, make plenty of space for the 3 big trucks pull in here today. They're going to need every inch of space. So I made an effort to park far enough down the road that I wouldn't become a problem for them. Done just about all I can do in preparation for today's events. Terry, our White House correspondent, breaking news correspondent, says Steve Cortez breaking Zelensky backs down, says he's ready to come to the negotiating table, admits this clash in the Oval Office was regrettable, says he's ready to, quote, make things right. Yeah, Trump even read the letter live last night for anybody. I don't know if you had a chance to see that, Terry, if you watched Trump's speech before Congress, but he read word for word the letter that Zelensky had sent him. It was interesting that Trump didn't comment on what he planned to do. He just made it a point to show everybody that Zelensky came back and bent the knee, as they say. A little too late. I'd like to think that what happened was he went back and the European Union's like, yo, we'll do this without America. Don't worry about them. We'll send you 2 busted helicopters, a piece of shit plane, and some old Russian Nagant, or some old piece of shit rifles that are rusted up in a box. And we'll give you $20, help you out. He was like, damn, I should have been such a dick at the White House. Now he's got to do the mea culpa, the walk of shame. I don't think it's going to do him much good. But yeah. I discovered where the mattress came from, Sandy. I guess Mike and Bella put, her name's not Bella, what's her name? Oh, Heidi. The dog's name's Bella. At any rate, I think they put a bed set out at the curb for bulk pickup from the trash. Because I look down there and I think I see a headboard and some boards and all that stuff. But that mattress that was out there from the storm last night is gone. So I guess when Mike was walking Bella this morning, he saw it and drug that shit. But that's 5 houses away. That's how hard that wind was blowing last night. Morning, Thomas. Charlie Kirk is someone I follow on Twitter. An hour ago, he made a post that said, breaking news, the Supreme Court has ruled that President Trump must unfreeze the $1.9 billion in foreign aid payments. Unbelievable. Justice Samuel Alito blasts the majority with Justice Thomas, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh joining in the dissent. Says, quote, does a single district court judge who likely lacks jurisdiction have the unchecked power to compel the government of the United States to pay out and probably lose forever $2 billion taxpayer dollars? The answer to that question should be an emphatic no, but a majority of this court apparently thinks otherwise. I'm stunned. I don't mind telling you, folks, that is a setback for the Doge effort. It's not a good thing. Amy Barrett, I thought I had high hopes for her. Apparently she fucked us on that one. And looking increasingly like she was a bad fucking choice to send to the Supreme Court. No, Kavanaugh was one of the dissenters. Justice Thomas, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Alito, and Kavanaugh all were dissenters against it. It was a 5-4 vote that Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Barrett went with the liberals. I don't get that, man. I don't understand their thinking on that. Well, I haven't read their opinions yet, so that'll be interesting, Sandy, to see what they say. It says Judge Alito's dissent rightly called out this as, quote, judicial hubris, highlighting the absurdity of a single judge that can dictate $2 billion in taxpayer funds. This clash reveals DC's broken system where bureaucrats and courts protect foreign aid slush funds while Trump fights to prioritize American interests. This battle isn't over. Real accountability means dismantling the foreign aid industrial complex entirely. I couldn't agree more. The guy who wrote that. Man, I thought that we had a Supreme Court that for the most part was logical and fair and balanced. Apparently I was wrong. Says the case will continue through an appeals process, but Trump does have to comply with the orders of this communist district court judge. What's that? It's the kind of thing that just makes me fall into despair, and I want to say, fuck it. Maybe this goddamn country just needs to go bankrupt. Maybe if the whole fucking thing just collapses, they can all sit around and rub and scratch their asses and say, how did this happen? I don't understand. We're all fucking bankrupt. We're broke. The whole thing burned down around us. I don't understand how it happened. I just don't get it, man. Papa Mac says that he read that it's only for work that's already completed. $1.9 billion, Papa Mac? I mean, they got that much is already completed? It sounds to me like that's just an entire funding package. Papa Mac says that it's supposed to be, the justification was they're saying, Sandy, that, like you just said, that it's money for work that's already been performed. Mrs. Pirate said the same thing, Papa Mac, when I was reading that. She said maybe it's just because it's contractually already been done. So, I guess. And maybe that's the case. If that's it, maybe it's not as dark and doom and gloom as my initial impulse led me to think. Maybe that this is it. Like, take it, motherfuckers. Here's 1.9 billion. That's it. This is the last goddamn check. Take this motherfucker and spend it well, because you're not getting another motherfucking penny from us. That still pisses me off. The funniest part was the work completed. Does anybody really believe that any of these NGOs are doing quote unquote work? It's all just money laundering. It's a fucking scam. The money is going to crooked politicians and their family members and the people who participate all around the world. So when they say it's for work that's already completed, I'm throwing the bullshit flag and saying, no, it's just they've already fucking been told how much each little participant's getting. I'm like, work completed. My ass. Well, like I said, you pick the battles you win, and if we lose this one, we lose this one. I would just say that if nothing else, it will serve as a catalyst to make Trump dig in even harder to shut all of this shit down.
Hey, Pirate. There's a little bit of Minnesota for you in the chat.
The live chat? I'm looking in the what chat are you talking about?
And the Discord voice chat for images.
Oh, the bubble or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got here.
It's 10 inches. That's higher because of drift.
Yeah, a lot of snow.
So some places it looks like 2 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of snow. You can have it. Those days are over with for me. Going out and feeding cattle. Feeding a cow while her ears are got icicles 4 inches long hanging off of them. I don't miss that shit. Papa Max says, I think they still have to show receipts. Let's hope they can provide them. Yeah, that's just a formality, Mac. How many receipts you want? Mrs. Pirate said they might be sticklers and might go through it with a fine comb to make sure that it's actually going to aid instead of lining somebody's pockets. But I think I don't think it's a stretch to say that shit's easy to work around. All that, it's the whole thing of claiming administrative costs, transportation. They've got board members that are paid, and that's how the grift is done. If 10 cents on the dollar makes it towards some poor kid's belly, gives him a bag of fucking rice or oatmeal for a meal, then that's just incidental in the whole thing. That's all right. I can take a punch. And if they, like I said, what's 1.9 billion? They've been fucking our eyes out for 25 years. So they got the last little scoop out of the gravy bowl before it's taken away. That's fine. All they're doing is strengthening the resolve of people like myself, other people who pay attention to this. All they're doing is they're just making it all the more imperative that the whole thing gets shut down. What this is going to do, I can promise you this. The people who really need aid, the people who are really deserving of a little helping hand, they're going to be denied that going forward because they poisoned the well. They have ruined this thing to the point that where now nobody's going to support even worthy causes because they're like, no, we've seen what you've done with this in the past. Every time now somebody comes up and says, listen, there's a real humanitarian crisis. We are a world leader. We're blessed here. We should really help the people of, I don't know, pick a place, Italy or whatever. We should really help them out. That's what good people do. It's not going to happen now because everybody's going to be like, no, this is the kind of bullshit that started this the last time. So it's really more another example of self-harm where I use the terms poisoning the well. They're doing all of this shit, by demanding that they can continue to, the fleecing for a little while. And all it's going to do is drive home the fact that people don't want nothing to do with any of this aid shit.
Yep. And I would say that the United States has been below replacement for a long time, right? Birth rate. And we can't have our biggest payment for the government going to interest.
Yeah, that's the whole problem, Tech. Yeah. We are essentially bankrupt. Nobody wants to be honest about it because they have this idea that there's this magic machine that the treasurer can just print more dollars, and they can. And we've covered this ad nauseum, but that's not
credit cards are max.
It actually exacerbates the problem. So our country, if you're just real honest about it, we're bankrupt. Our obligations exceed our ability to pay right now. Now, like anybody who's found themselves in that problem, we can work our way out of this. But the first thing you do is stop spending. It's just like any family. If my family and I were going bankrupt, and I'm just out buying shit and running up credit cards, signing loans, and dragging home fucking fishing boats and jet skis and goddamn, you name it, new trucks. At some point, Mr. Pirate come and say, listen, we can't even pay the bills we have now, and you're still spending. So the first thing you do is stop. This isn't, Nobel Peace Prize economics here. The spending has to stop. And then you can step back and take a look, like the Trump administration is doing, to see where exactly are we in our fiscal health. Okay, it's going to take X amount of years based on so much income coming in, and then you will budget accordingly, just like you would a household. You'll say, we're not going to dig our way out. We're not going to get out of this hole in, the short term, because it took years to do what we've done. It's going to take years to unwind it. The most important part, though, is the course correction. We have to stop with the spending. This constant mantra of theirs is just tax the rich more. What we need is the rich aren't paying enough. That's why we can't meet our obligations. I'm like, you're a special kind of fucking stupid. You could take every penny from every fucking billionaire in the world. It's not enough to pay what we owe. There's math behind this. So step A is stop spending, meaning stop giving money away. And then everybody goes back to work, go do your job. We're going to pay our taxes. And hopefully we can start paying off some of what we owe and we can get our financial house in order. But when I read things, Tech, about us borrowing money from China, paying them interest on it, and then giving China aid, that's like financial suicide. Who the fuck does that? It's like,
they're not kidding.
Yeah, Mr. Pirate says because it's not aid, that the aid is just as a way for the money to go to a politician.
Yeah, and the politicians don't care about the country.
Well, sure. I wouldn't either.
They're global.
If I get myself a ski lodge in Colorado and maybe a place in the Bahamas and some money offshore, I mean, I'd be all for it too.
Yep. I mean, they put it on college campuses, global citizenship. That's what they push. So,
yeah.
No allegiances.
Yeah.
That 10 votes, considering you're president.
Oh, Pirate.
Mrs. Pirate said she read somewhere that Tim Walz thinks he's going to make a run for a presidential run. Camp on Tim? Yeah, that's going to be a waste of time.
No,
Yeah, what's up?
no,
I didn't mean to
sorry,
interrupt you. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. No, NPR asked him about it. He didn't like broach the topic, but I listened to that. That was kind of funny. I don't know.
He said that NPR asked him about it. He wasn't the one that brought it up, Sandy. He said that National Public Radio, part of an interview, just asked him that.
Yeah.
He's from
He said he basically
Tim's from Minnesota.
He basically said that like if the skill set fits for what's happening in 4 years, like he's like a little like secretary, you know, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not a leader, you know.
I just can't believe somebody walks into a voting booth, Tech, and pulls the lever for that guy. I can't imagine what goes through a motherfucker's mind when he walks into a polling place, looks down and sees that fucking guy's name there and goes, yeah, that's my guy. I want him to be my champion. He will be my knight in shining armor. Tim Walz.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Who the fuck
Minnesota.
How fucking stupid do you have to be?
Yeah, I didn't vote for him. I'll tell you, it's because Minnesota Republicans are a bit corrupt. I can't prove it, right? But there's a bit of corruption, I think, in Minnesota Republicans. And they have weak people running. I'm not qualified to run, but I would say that the other big grift is all the foreign aid that comes in terms of like bringing foreigners here for like education. It's not like they're all paying their way coming here,
yeah,
you know?
Exactly. No, I know. Listen, I'll tell you this right now. I bragged about my son going to one of the finest aeronautical universities in the world. He went to Daytona Beach, spent 4 years. I'm proud that he graduated with honors, I might add, with a degree for a commercial pilot. But I'm here to tell you, he told me that entire school consists of foreigners. I can't remember the numbers, but let's just say it was like, I don't know, 75%. All over the world, a lot of Middle Easterners. And the reason you can tell is you're like, are you profiling? No, the motherfuckers walk around with the traditional Saudi Arabian dress. They've got the headdress on. They've got the white flowing robes. You go to, when we went to his graduation, it looked like a meeting of the fucking United Nations. And I'm not xenophobic. I don't give a fuck who comes here and goes to school. But you would think it wouldn't be the majority. You think that most of them would be that most of that graduating class would consist of Americans, and then you would sprinkle in there some students from all around the world who were fortunate enough to come here and learn. But that wasn't the fucking case. And we quickly figured out that what it was all about was its profitability for the school. A lot of those, for that particular school, it's very, very expensive. So a lot of the wealthy people from around the world send their children there, and then they pay full freight. Now, whether or not they got any sort of aid from our government, I can't speak to that. I don't know how their admissions policies work, but I can just tell you that school was primarily consisted of foreign students, or at least I shouldn't say that. I don't have the data to back that up. It had what I would consider a incredibly large representation from around the world. That's as close as I can put it.
Well, I think, well, I would say that even again, I'm just speaking, I'm guessing that even if they paid a lot of their way, that there's still some state money going in there or some Fed money going in there.
I don't know. Like I said, that I don't know.
I
know
at the very least,
it's very expensive. Yeah. But if you're a sultan's son, or you're you're a prince from one of the Arab Emirates, they can pay. And we thought that was why. I initially jumped to, well, I can tell you why they make up such a large portion of this. This is about money. I mean, my son had friends that were down there who were driving like a car that was like 6 months old, and they just destroyed it, just totaled it. And their dad would take them out within 24 hours and buy them a brand new car. Buying a car for them was like buying a case of beer. You know how much money you got to have to they didn't give a fuck. I mean, some of the people that were in that class down there, their families had like 3 airplanes. They had like a 747, they had like a G6 Lear jet, and then they had an acrobatic plane. I mean, fuck you money. and they're from all over the world. And to think that they had that much money and then they were still getting government aid to come to school here, I would lose my shit if I discovered that was true.
Yeah. The other thing, Pirate, is let's say they're not getting aid. They don't have those strips and those planes in their country. Otherwise, they wouldn't come here, right? So I don't, even if they're paying their way, like there's still a bunch of infrastructure, and
No, they do. They do have the planes in their country. They don't. They didn't keep their planes in school. Their kid came here, but the planes that they owned were you're off on that one. Yeah.
No, I'm saying my point is why do they have to get the education here?
Because it's the finest school. If you're rich and you live in Lithuania and you're the fucking third Duke of Lithuania and you've got generational wealth and you own 1,000 hotels and your kid says, "Daddy, I want to learn how to fly an airplane," where do you send him? You don't send him to fucking what somebody said, Mogadishu, Dynamite. You're not going to the Mogadishu Air School. Some guy's got it says, fuck no. If you want your kid, if you're rich and you want your kid to be a lawyer, you send him to Harvard. There are rules. So that, that's the reason they're sending them is because it's the finest school for that particular thing. If you want your kid to go to become a doctor, there are certain schools that are known for producing the best doctors, and the rich, they have entry into those levels of higher education just because of their money.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that if they had those best schools in their country, I still think a foreigner coming into their country doesn't pay as much over a lifetime, giving back to, the community that created those schools in the first place.
So I don't know. I can't speak with any kind of authority on how much free education they get. I just know that the population was there. You didn't have to go to the admissions office and ask to see all of the paperwork. All you had to do was walk around, listen to the languages that were spoken, look at their dress, and that's just the ones that were obvious. That's not the ones who elude a discerning eye because maybe they wear traditional Western clothing, or they speak relatively good English, and they're still from a foreign country. But the point remains the same though, Tech. It's all about giving money away. And that's what troubles me so much, is that the average person fails to realize is that the money comes from somewhere. It doesn't just rain. It doesn't just fall out of the sky like fucking snowflakes. Every dollar that's spent towards the magical aid word comes from a working man. Somebody earned that. And by that, I mean, they took part of their life, part of that 80 precious years that goes by so very fast. Somebody labored at a job and had money deducted from his fucking paycheck. And it didn't go for a Navy or an Air Force or his own country's basic needs. It went in the form of free shit to foreigners. And it's just gotten out of control. And you say, well, who would do that? Well, why would somebody just willy-nilly hand money away? That's the dirty little secret, because they're getting part of it. Not a single one of these fucking evil pricks is really out doing good. I've said this before. If you think the Clinton Global Initiative was about helping the world, you're a fucking dumbass. It was about lining the Clintons' pockets and their supporters with money. That's why the very minute that bitch wasn't the Secretary of Defense anymore, or Secretary of State, the contributions dried up. I've said it so many times, I'm like, if the Clinton Global Initiative was such a wonderful organization, and if it was feeding all the little starving orphans around the world, and then that's what they were doing, and that's what you were, if you were donating money to the Clinton Globals to feed the little children, why aren't you still doing it today? The very minute that hag Hillary no longer had any power, once she didn't have any juice left in Washington, the check stopped. They turned the spigot off immediately. So you don't have to be a great thinker. It was never about feeding the little hungry orphans. It was about bribing for influence. And once she couldn't serve their purposes anymore, then no more dollars came her way. But it didn't matter by then. Her and her family already feathered their nest because they funneled off so much of that money when the money was flowing. They made sure that enough of it flowed into their little accounts that they're set for generations to come. and it was criminal.
I guess my point about like America first, in the sense of if countries don't, like if you had enough money, right, and you try to go to a school in a foreign country, and they gave preference to their citizens over yours for entrance to the, if we don't do that same thing with an American who has the amount of money to go to a university of the United States, I just think like that's another way of not being America first.
Yeah, you're exactly right. $10 in the Florida Panhandle. Beautiful day, 73 degrees, light variable winds. We have AMC, $3.0601, trading 4 digits deep, 0.0603 now. So there's some fuckery afoot there. Shuffling some shares back and forth for price suppression, I'm certain. And GameStop finds itself currently at $24.65. There's your 10 o'clock update, top of the hour. No volume to speak of in either ticker this time. Oh, you're welcome, GrayLeaf. When I'm on my game, I try to at least focus on the stock price from time to time. It's tough, Gray, when there's really no price action. We're just barcoding, or what they call range bound. We've been stuck between $3 and we've been stuck between what, $2.98. But really, we've been stuck from 3 to what, 305 for the past few days. So it's difficult to try to entertain folks with a number that doesn't change. But I do think it's important to try to remember that at least at the top of the hour to give folks an update, especially the ones who, like I said, truck drivers who just listen to people who are listening through an earbud or what have you that don't necessarily have a chart to glance at. Try to do better at that when I'm helping out folks with the live stream. I forget from time to time. Bitcoin is at 88,202 and trending up for the moment, although I would argue it's considerably lower than its all-time highs. I think what it hit here recently was 107 or something, 108. Gold is at 2,929, trending up. The Dow's at 42,580 and the S&P is at 5,771. Dow trending down, the Dow trending up, while the S&P is falling slightly. The NASDAQ is in the red, 18,272. There's your major indices. Lots of talk on the telly about the treasuries. If you've been paying any attention, I talk from time to time about how you can watch the treasuries and kind of get an idea of what's coming, specifically the 10-year. For those of you who pay attention to the real estate market, you might be interested to know that loosely the 10-year is kind of what guides mortgages. I don't know how it works specifically. All I know is that when you take a 30-year mortgage, I have a sneaky suspicion that some of that is, at any rate, is tied loosely to the 10-year. So if the 10 years going up, you generally you'll see 30-year mortgage rates go up, and the opposite, obviously. But yeah, if you watch the 2-year, the 5-year, the 10, I don't particularly pay a lot of attention to the 30-year, but the 2 5s and 10s I think are worth keeping an eye on at least once a day. Tech We Love with some movie news. He says Mickey 17 comes out this week. Also in the Lost Lands, Night of the Zoopocalypse, Queen of the Ring, and Rule Breakers. There's some new releases coming out. Your viewing pleasure at AMC. Been reading a lot lately about how they're forecasting that Social Security will be insolvent or bankrupt, if you will, exact term. The money runs out, I think they said in 2035, so 10 years. I will be fortunate enough to apply for mine at 62, which is just 3 years down the road. But the idea that the money will actually be gone in 10 years. So I guess they're implying that I can draw Social Security for 8 years and then there'll be no money left to pay. So that's interesting. But I would argue that if it's that dire, then that's all the evidence you need to shut the program down. To say, listen, this is it's been called a Ponzi scheme. Again, the money that people are paying in today, like my son, for instance, he pays in his wages. They're not saving that for his retirement. They're going to take money from my son, Jesse, and they're going to send me the check. They're going to take his money to pay me because they've squandered. They didn't save anything. Like in true Washington political fashion, that Social Security fund built up and it got really full. And they did what the politicians do. They're like, well, they can't keep their hands off of that. So we're going to use that for some of these other programs, the favorite word of Washington, programs. Now they find out they've got too many people getting ready to retire and sign up for it. They don't have enough people paying in. And that's when a Ponzi scheme fails. If you you do any kind of brief research and understand how a Ponzi scheme works, that you always need fresh money coming in to continue the theater, to keep the pretend of, the camouflage. If there's not enough money coming in, then you can't pay out on the other end. People start to realize that it's all just a fake. And that's when the thing collapses. So I would argue that I guess maybe it's time to start saying, listen, we're going to do away with Social Security. We tried it, it fails. And by that, they're not hurting anybody. You're not taking anything away from anybody, because people fail to realize when they give you Social Security, they're not giving you a gift. It's money they took from you years ago. So I would argue just shut it down. Shut Social Security down. Let the people who are, like anybody who's alive and walking the United States to this day, fine, let them apply. But any babies born after tonight at midnight are ineligible to participate. So if your wife gives birth to a baby tomorrow and it grows up and it turns 18 and begins to work, there will be no Social Security. They won't deduct any from their checks. They won't save any for them, and consequently, they won't get to apply for any benefits later on. Do away with it. It doesn't work. Or pass a law that if you're going to continue to do it, that money needs to be put somewhere where, one, it earns some interest, and two, it can't be used for anything else. But I have a sneaky suspicion the reason they won't shut Social Security down, and everybody probably already knows where I'm going with this, is too many people work there. It's like that's one of the reasons why they like these prisons so much. They like to keep marijuana illegal so they can lock a bunch of people up for dumb shit, because they want to keep all those guards and those prisons employed. The same thing, not the same thing, but Social Security is the same way. If they shut the Social Security system down, all those fucking people who have those bureaucratic do-nothing jobs where they just show up and play Candy Crush on a company computer all day, they have to go find a job somewhere else. See, we're back to this thing where I think it's being revealed that, I don't know, goddamn, is it half of the people in our lives work for the government? Does everybody somehow or another, nobody's doing anything independent? Nobody in the world, in the United States, is doing anything anymore that somehow or another isn't getting money just cut to them from the government. I mean, yeah, the Social Security thing is going to have to be dealt with. And I hate it when they say, well, they're going to take your Social Security away. No, they're not. That's silly. It's hyperbolic, and you're just being childlike. Nobody is going to say you're not getting Social Security after you paid into it. There would be riots and revolts. They think January 6th was bad, they would burn the fucking White House to the ground. They're never going to shut it down. But what they can do is stop the program going forward. What's that, honey? Dr. Khan said they used Housing and Urban Development disaster relief money to pay for illegals in hotels in New York City. Exactly, Calm. I don't know how they get away with all that shit too. How is it legal for a bureaucrat or a deep state swamp creature to decide that they need money for something like the illegal immigrants? I get it. There's a need. They're like, we got all these people here. We need to find a place to house them. Okay, we're going to put them in hotels. All right, well, who's going to pay for that? Well, you should go before Congress. They should have it. Congress should convene. They should have an emergency vote, have an up or down vote on the floor. Do we want to fund this or not? But they don't do it that way. What they do is they look at something like you said, like HUD, and they go, oh, we got a bunch of money here we're supposed to use it to help poor folks maybe get a down payment on a house or whatever. They're like, let's just go ahead and tap into that. And then there you go. And I'm like, so you would think there would be laws that would prevent the use of that money for anything other than what it was initially intended for. So that's why they hate the Doge so much, because it's bringing all of this to light. we spoke earlier about Zelensky going to Europe, basically saying, well, the Americans told me to go fuck myself. Can you guys help a brother out? Can I get some war aid from you guys? And they're all like, yeah, we're gonna get together. They took some photo ops. There were some people like, this is a picture of history. Showed a bunch of fucking Europeans in a room around a table. I don't know, the French, Macron, and all of them sitting around. Yeah, we're gonna hook you up, Zelensky. You know, until they realized none of them got any money. Europe's broke as a fucking joke. How the fuck you gonna help somebody? You're broke, motherfucker. You ain't got 2 nickels to rub together. You talking shit like you're gonna help Zelensky. And especially when all of Europe is practically a socialist society now, with everything, free healthcare, all the free shit that they hand out over there. And it's, you know, a lot of those countries are different. I get it, there's subtle differences, but as a general rule, it's all that big social programs, free healthcare, all that shit. So they're already spending more than they have, and now they're gonna ride in like a white knight and pay for this guy to fight Russia. I'm like, none of you motherfuckers own a calculator. I'll loan you. I'll give you a calculator. I got a couple of old ones laying around here. If you need to, I'll send you some calculators, because you're talking dumb shit. You can barely keep your country's barely afloat. You know, like we talk about the United States being in debt or being insolvent. I guess I should make it clear, we're not alone in that. We're fucking not even close to alone. Very few of these modern first world countries have their financial house in order. Everybody got sucked into the fucking buy now, pay later shit. And so it's amazing to me that they're all running around like, yeah, we got your back. I think the UK or somebody promised them $10 billion a year for the next 10 years. I'm like, God damn, dude, you just shit all over your grandkids. Love how they keep calling it a trade war. I have CNBC, as many of you know, on the big screen on mute. So from time to time I glance up and I look at the tickers or the crawlers, they call it at the bottom, and it helps trigger some thoughts that I can share with you guys in an effort to entertain you. But I just noticed that one of the biggest ones I have in big bold letters is Trump's trade war unfolds. And again, I'm like, that's a little bit dramatic. I'm like, I know they may appear to be a trade war, but it's really not. It's a seal clubbing. I mean, these people they're not an equal adversary. The trade imbalances, my oldest son and I sat down last night and we did a little reading on some of the actual numbers. The trade imbalances, it isn't like a little out of whack. Like, well, we're supposed to buy maple syrup from Canada and they're going to buy Ford trucks from us. But they're, you know, it's getting a little bit out of whack because we're buying a lot of maple syrup and they really ain't buying any trucks. It's not like it's just a little bit out of balance there. It's fucking ridiculous. No. And the amount of countries that some of them deny us total access to their markets. You're like, it's not unbalanced. There is no counter to it. It's a one-way street where they can dump all their fucking cheap flip-flops and dollar sunglasses at the Dollar General here in America, but we're not allowed to sell Harley Davidsons in their country. I'm like, that's not a trade imbalance. That's a goddamn barrier to entry. How the fuck did they get away with that shit? You think, and that's some of the stuff that Trump's going at. It's like common sense. If you have a 20% trade tariff on us, then we have a 20% on you. Real simple. Tit for tat, exactly the same. Save all your justifications, save all your equivocations. Whatever you do to us, we're going to do back to you. If we can't sell our Harley Davidsons in your country, then you can't sell your shitbox car in our country. Real simple shit. The problem is they act like he's trying some sort of gamesmanship to get the upper hand on somebody else, when all he's really doing is pointing out that we have been bent over and ass fucked for years and we're not taking it anymore. I even said so much on Twitter last night. I'm like, how is it that, because we're not giving you money anymore, we're not your friend? There's a lot of this shit of friends don't act like this, allies don't act like this. I'm like, what kind of a fucking ally or friendship is based on cash flow? Oh, I get it. You only love me as long as I'm paying. Get the fuck out of here. Desire needs some new high heels. You can tell a lot of these congressmen and congresswomen have never been around a businessman or any length of time, and they've certainly never run a business of their own. Because if they had, they would realize that the customer ultimately has the power. It's the golden rule. The customer, the guy buying, he's the one that's in the driver's seat, because everybody's after the money. The selling of products is to separate somebody from their money and turn a profit. So when the United States is the biggest consumer on the planet, I mean, we buy, I don't know what the number is, but I'm sure it's something ridiculous, like 10 times more than, we buy more than probably 10 countries, any other 10 countries combined. And I just made that up, by the way. But I know it's something dramatic like that. We are the big dog on the block as far as consumers go. We're the biggest consumer. We're the guy that walks into the casino like a whale with money just pouring out of our pockets. And they're like, how you doing, sir? Can we get you a drink? Ladies, they're clapping hands. Bring Mr. Pyre to the table. Bring a chair up front here. Here, sir. Let me put a nice tablecloth on this for you. What can we get you to drink? Because you're the big customer and they want you to spend. So they come to us. They want to sell all their cheap shit in America and take our money back to their countries. But then they want to deny us the reach around. And then when Trump says, yeah, if we're not allowed to sell corn in your country, then you're not allowed to sell your maple syrup in ours. And then he's the bad guy. Some of that crazy psychological pretzel twisting. Tom says that's what they don't want. They don't want people having money. Well, a lot of it, Tom, is protectionism. I think they call it protectionist, but I know what it is. Lobbyist. If you're the guy, let's say, for instance, you're a corn farmer in Canada. Well, you don't want corn coming from Iowa north, because the laws of supply and demand kick in and corn prices will fall. So the Canadians tell themselves, we're going to protect our corn farmers. We're not going to let those Americans, they make corn. They can make corn like it's nobody's business. We can't have them driving truckloads of corn up here for us to make shit out of. That keeps the prices too low. So they tell themselves they're helping their farmers by keeping corn prices high, by denying us access to that market. But at the same time, they want to ship truckloads of 2x4s that's made out of yellow pine from Canadian forests down here. So it's a good old-fashioned hypocrisy of rules for me and none for thee type shit. Is, yeah, we can't let your products come to our country because we got to look out for our people. But hey, when can we deliver all this trash that we're sending to your country? And Trump's just like, wait a minute, whoa, slow your roll here. this hasn't been fair for a long time. We need to at least be equal to each other. And they're like, well, we can't have that. Goddamn equal. No way. You know. Papa Mac says a Quinnipiac poll, which they've been around for some time, says Democrats 21%, Republicans 40 on their approval ratings. Yeah, I read Papa Mac. A lot of people were on X. Democrats were on X. Doesn't do any good to listen to an echo chamber. You don't care what Pirate has to say. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to like the Democrats last night, but a lot of Dems were on there talking about how they were embarrassed for their own party. They're like, look, this is why we're losing. And somebody's catching on. They're like, this is why we're losing popularity in the country. When we can't stand for even the most basic things and clap, then we're showing them that we're just a party of hate. And last night was a giant L for the Democrats. They really hurt themselves. I don't even know if they realize it. All that grandstanding and that attempt to show themselves as, a rebel or someone standing on principle against an evil, it didn't come across that way. It just came across as somebody that's dug their heels in, and no matter what, they stand in opposition. Like, bad. Alpha Mac said, any parents know the Dems acted like toddlers. Precisely, Mac. That Mrs. Pirate said almost that precise thing. She was like, it's embarrassing to watch people who are they're supposed to be respected members. They're supposed to be people, they're in a position of leadership. They were sent by their communities because they're supposed to be the best and the brightest. Someone who can go there and represent them. I'm like, this is how you represent your people? If this is a reflection of what their people are back home, then this country's headed for a civil war. If the Democrats last night showed that they are the true representation of their districts, that's what their districts want them to do, we're fucking done. This country's headed for a civil war and there's no stopping it. Because what they did last night was it was like an attack. It's funny that you mentioned that, Mac, about toddlers, because that was part of the Twitter rant that I went about on last night, was the people who are screaming about that we are the bad guy because we refuse to send more money to Ukraine. I'm like, you sound like someone who's been denied their allowance. Like you came home with a bad report card from school, and I said, listen, we're suspending your allowance. We told you that as long as you got, passing grades, we're not asking for straight A's. We said, as long as you get a C or better in your classes, we'll give you $25 a week spending money. You didn't uphold your end of the deal. You failed not one but two classes. And your punishment is that you broke the terms of the contract. No money for you. And they lose their minds. And that's exactly what I'm seeing here. The people who are, and again, it goes back to this whole concept of our relationship is only as good as the last fistful of cash I hand you. It's like, oh, I get it. Our friendship and our affection is rooted in my balance sheet, my ability to pay you. Well, that makes you a whore and me a John. Tom D says NAFTA. For those of you who don't know, that stands for North American Free Trade Agreement. and the IMF, International Monetary Fund, really hurt the U.S. for decades. Trump messed up the globalist plans, everything from Ukraine to U.S. aid, through pumping drugs into our country to funding other countries. Yep, exactly, Tom. Yeah, my wife and I were big fans of Ross Perot. It didn't happen. There were some mistakes were made. It's all history if anybody cares to read about it. We were ones who split the vote. We voted for him, and we ended up with a Democratic president. But Ross Perot called all of this. He like him and Rand Paul, history will remember them as being right. They're like, yep, these two fucks were right all along. Rand Paul said famously, that sucking sound that you hear, he said, that's American jobs headed to Mexico. When they approved the North American Free Trade Agreement, what it meant was all the fucking industry. And I had friends who are in manufacturing. Some made chandeliers. One guy made lamps and hallway sconces and lighting for hotels. I watched them get destroyed from NAFTA, and it was the truth. And then years later, everybody scratches their head and goes, how come we don't make anything in the United States anymore? Like, you need to learn your history, dude. Crack a book. Go check out what Ross Perot said in the North American Free Trade Agreement way back in the day, and you'll understand why we don't make golf clubs in the United States anymore. Like I said, even if you think Trump was using the cancer boy as a prop, and I do, Papa, I know what that's all about. It's all about a feel-good moment, and I get it. You still don't take that on the child. Reasonable people can separate the two. Exactly, Papa Mac. That it has become a trend for State of the Unions to bring people in to serve as real-life examples of how to show that your policies help common people, or that you support whatever it is that their ailment was. Whether you bring in someone who was a hostage that you helped get freed, or whether you bring in a child like that. The idea is to show people that your values align with helping them with their problems. But yes, it is a prop, it is political theater, but it's part of it. I would argue it's even a necessary part. It shows people what are your goals? What are you focused on? Because a man can only do so much. I mean, even the most capable leaders can only focus on so many things at a time. So I would argue that it's important for people to point out what they're focused on. And a lot of that is in an effort to do that, to show people. But I couldn't agree more, Papa Mac. The fact that whatever it was that they chose to bring him in there for, it was about his support of the police. There were multiple messages there. One was that childhood cancer is bad. Two is that here's a little boy who wants to grow up to be a cop. So that shows that there are still people who respect the police. And so there was multiple messages there that were meant to be conveyed by that little boy's presence. But in its essence, Papa Mac, you're right. In the end, it was just a little boy who was essentially fighting for his life with brain cancer. And why people wouldn't stand up and clap for that little boy is beyond me. It was like, so they had to make a choice. If we clap for this little boy, we're going to give Trump a win. So they did the mental calculation and said, we're going to deny this little boy his moment, his little accolades, his applause, because it's more important that we hurt Trump. And that's a level of hate that's, I don't know, I think it's inexcusable. Okay, if you heard that stripper music, that's Mrs. Pirate sending me something here. It would appear that she has found an alternator for my son's car. So it looks like I have some wrenching to do in the afternoon here. No, I don't want the refurb. Get the brand new one. She wanted to know that you can get a remanufactured alternator for a 2004 Mustang. Remanufactured is $303 minus the core of 27. Or you get brand new for $365, and the core on that one's only 10. Why there's a difference in core charges, I don't know. But at any rate, I'm not putting a reman on. What's that? You asked me, I answered you. Hmm. Tom D says, when I was old enough to find out that Ross got our troops out of Iran, I loved him. Yeah, he was a badass, Tom. In that moment, he was a real life hero. I mean, that's some real life, like Tony Stark hero shit that he did there, and he never got the credit for it that he was due. Tom says, when I was old enough, oh, I already read that. Pablo Max said the Dems have a terminal case of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Why do you think that is, Papa Mac? Why do they hate him? It's obvious to me that they hate him more than they've ever hated a Republican president. Is it because he's a real threat to their existence? An actual existential threat to their way of life? Could that be the reasoning behind it? Because one thing is clear. The hate that Trump enjoys from the Democrats is 10 times worse than any other Republican president. You know, they may not have liked Reagan, they may not have liked the Bushes, and they may have opposed them, but there wasn't. This level of vitriol and venom is way beyond anything a Republican president has had to endure. And I don't know what the catalyst is for that. Why would they hate him? Do they see him as a traitor? Is it because for a long time he was loved by the Democrats? Could that be a part of it? I don't know. Mays says a threat for sure. Possibly. That might be it. It may be just that simple, Mays, that they knew that the Bushes, although they were Republicans, they were still part of the big machine. That, you know, the military industrial complex was going to get paid. The endless wars were still going to go on. So regardless of whether, I heard us talk lately about uniparty. And at first I discounted it. I was like, that's just some silly shit. But I'm starting to come around to the idea that there really is one just big party. That this whole concept of Republican and Democrats is just theater. And then each group benefits when they're in power. So they just kind of take turns steering the ship. And maybe Trump went in there and turned that whole apple cart over, and that would explain why he sees that level of hate. Mays pointed out, Maxine Waters said it best. She doesn't know what they have on them. Yeah, that was a Freudian slip, wasn't it? She actually said the truth out loud. She's like, what does he have on us? He didn't say, what is he trying to accuse us of? Or what is he, lying about us? Or what is he blaming us for? No, she said, what does he have on us? The implication being she knows that she's done some really nasty shit. And the question is, she wants to know, does he know about it? It's like watching a criminal or a drug dealer say, what does the investigator have on us? Because they never tell you. A good cop or a good investigator is never going to tell you when they're interrogating you. They're never going to tell you. They'll ask you questions they already have the answers for. I couldn't agree more, Mays. Maxine Waters knows, and she let it slip. The TDS, my favorite is when you see the college campuses, they're all protesting, and you can pick whatever the protest is, it doesn't matter. But you see the young nitwits, when they shove a camera in their face and a microphone and they ask them like a real simple question, like, well, can you give me an example of, like, they'll be carrying a sign that says Elon Musk steals. And then journalists will say, well, can you tell us a little bit more about that? That's interesting. I'm sure you'd like to share your thoughts. Tell us what you know about Elon stealing. And then they get that fucking deer in the headlights. And it's because it's just made up talking points. Again, it's people just spew their mouth about shit. And they've either fabricated some lie that they're going to run with, or more often, it's just something they heard somebody else say. Elon steals. And you'll ask them, well, can you give me some examples of that? Or I might come around to your way of thinking. I might grab a sign and start marching with you, but I'm going to need you to answer a few questions first. And they can't. It's ridiculous. Half these fucking people couldn't find Ukraine on a map if you gave them $1 million in 3 tries. I've seen another thing that triggered me. I think is the word they call it. I get triggered easily. I guess I have a personality that lends itself to easy triggering, trolling, if you will. But the never-ending flow of it. I guess they're TikTok videos because it shows the label at the bottom, but they end up being reposted on X. So I'll be scrolling through my feed and this shit pops up, and it's always some fucking girl or a young guy in a car. And I guess I don't know what this thing is about getting in your car and videoing yourself. What the fuck that's all about. But they're videoing themselves and they're going on and on about, some subject. And it's like they fancy themselves as this bastion of knowledge, this wellspring of experience and knowledge. And they talk like they have all these answers. I'm thinking to myself, these people are wet behind the ears. Some of them look like they just maybe they graduated college or even high school, and they're just going on and on and on about Trump, the government, world affairs. And I'm thinking to myself, these people don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. But I guess that's just a function of the internet. If you have a camera and the ability to find the Twitter or the TikTok feed, then you can put yourself out there as a voice that should be heard. And I get the concept. I mean, even Tex said something about earlier that, people want to be heard, even people without money. But I'm like, why should they? Who the fuck cares what some young kid who doesn't know dick has to say about anything? I grew up in a place where the young people were encouraged to keep their fucking mouth shut and listen to the elders and maybe learn from their experience. But this current culture we have now is grab a phone and tell everybody in the world how you know everything, when the reality is they don't know shit. I guess it comes back to a need to be, engaged, or maybe feel some sort of loneliness or have some sort of interaction. Perhaps maybe it's a reflection of a lonely lifestyle. I don't know. Alpha Max says Trump came in rich, so he didn't need their grift practice. And Elon is saying, yeah, that played a lot to do with it, Papa Mac, because he didn't need. It wasn't like he was like, I'm going to make some money for my family. I'm going to pull us up to the top of the ladder. We're going to make it to the big time. We're going to get in on this. He already had. He's one of the, like, I loved it. He was a president who came into office, and his plane was nicer than Air Force One. Like, literally, Air Force One was a downgrade for him. It's like a guy who comes into work, drives in a fucking Mercedes, and then they give him a company car that's a Chevrolet. And he didn't need a penny. He'd done it all, and so I think that played a lot to do with why they hate him. I think you're exactly right, because their control over him was limited in no small part by the fact that he didn't need any more money. That's one of the things they never give him credit for. He gave Elon Musk a nod last night, and he said, Elon didn't need any of this. It's not like Elon's not a busy man between the Boring Company and Tesla and SpaceX and Starlink. I mean, it's not like the guy doesn't have a few things going on that he has to make decisions on every single day where billions of dollars are at stake. And for the guy to take time out of his life to come participate in this. That's a gift. It's a pure gift to the country. And the same thing with Donald Trump. The guy, married to one of the most beautiful women to ever walk the earth. He's got wonderful children, grandkids around him, the true wealth of life. Going to see his granddaughters play golf tournaments, and I'm sure there's no end to the family social things they have. He doesn't need any more money. All this concept that Trump's in this for the money, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. The man, he's getting to the point of his life where he's staring into the abyss of death. More money is not what a man where he's at seeks. It's legacy. That doesn't stop him from hating him. But yeah, they go on Twitter and say, yep, he's just trying to get more money. Like, yeah, you're a special kind of stupid. He says, just like the term born a Democrat, die a Republican. Life experiences changes one's views. I thought I knew the world at 18, 25, 30, 40 each passing year. I didn't know shit. Exactly, Maze. I've heard it said that, if you're 18 and you're not a Democrat, you don't have a soul. But if you're 35 and you're not a Republican, you don't have a brain. So I understand it. Listen, I don't begrudge them their ideologies. What I do begrudge them is the hubris, the arrogance that they think that they should be influential. I'm like, you're too young to have any influence. Your opinion doesn't fucking count yet because you haven't experienced enough to make a well-informed decision. You barely know what you're talking about. So what makes you think everyone in the room should be quiet and listen to what you have to say? Again, where I came up and where I grew up, it just wasn't done that way. Even if their point is salient, or accurate, because they, stumbled upon a truth, it doesn't matter. More often than not, most of what they view as ridiculous, silly shit is not founded in any reality whatsoever. But my point still stands that they lack the gravitas or the life experience that would afford them the respectability for someone to listen to what they have and value it. Now, if someone wanted to make the argument that they should be heard because they maybe want to voice a concern, or maybe that there's something that they feel like is an injustice and they'd like to know if anybody has something to add about it. But that's rarely the case. It's usually them pontificating about something that they don't even have all the facts at their disposal for what they're talking about, and their conclusions are ridiculous in nature. And you say to yourself, how does this person garner the spotlight? How do they end up with a following of people that go, I really need to pay attention to what this fucking 24-year-old girl that's crying in the front seat of her car has to say? He says that's why an 18-year-old can't be president. Exactly. There was a time in this country where people realized that age is a factor. Experience does matter. It's not too far from the concept of, there's a lot of them that think that they went to a 4-year university. They came right out of high school, which, the high schools in America aren't exactly producing top-notch thinkers anyhow, but they go on to some university, whether it's Ivy League, Harvard, Yale, MIT, or just your local Pensacola junior college. We call it peanut butter and jelly college here. But they go there for 4 years, they graduate, and the motherfuckers come out and they got the answers to everything. They know everything about society, racism, taxes, the economy, business, government. They know everything. And I just scratch my head. And they'll tell you that they know everything. I'm thinking to myself, whew, we're in big trouble. The next thing you know, they're on TikTok or Twitter, and they're doing 3-minute videos on housing, the career advice, medical, insurance, government, all those things. I'm thinking to myself, it's like listening to a little child who keeps interrupting adults in a 6 adults sitting around, say, a Thanksgiving table, and a 5-year-old keeps running up spewing nonsense. It's exactly how I see it. This pirate that's taking her iPad and made her escape to a different part of Camelot. And that usually means one of 2-3 things. Either I'm talking too loud, I'm talking too much, which is probably the truth, or I'm slipping into negativity, doom and gloom stuff, and it killed her buzz. Well, I shouldn't say that. She's not indulging in anything, but it ruins her attempts to have a positive day. Probably need to take her departure as a sign that I need to do a course correction here. So first thing I'm going to do is reach for one of these Mike Bites. Tyson 2.0, black raspberry, 10 milligrams of THC. Not quite lunchtime yet, but I think it's just what the doctor ordered. You okay with that, Dynamite? Here, if I have a gummy, it's not lunch yet. I want to run afoul of any sort of, any kind of social faux pas or show a lack of social grace. Opened up the fresh package of these. They come in a little jar, and it has a little bag inside. You have to tear open, but it smells like a damn candle to me. Like walking through the candle section of Bed Bath & Beyond. Of course, it's not the smell that I'm after, so there we go. Fire in the hole. 20 minutes, I'll be right as rain. Real Rugged said, you would think with a drop in the total market value of 3.4 trillion, AMC would be moving up due to liquidity. You know, Rugged, nothing makes any sense in this upside down bizarro world. Rugged says, if the market can drop another 5 trillion, does AMC still keep dropping? I have no idea, Rugged. I ain't gonna lie to you. I never thought we'd see much below 5, but here we find ourselves at 3. So, and I know this. Anything's possible. We could be sub 99 cents. Anybody that says that can't happen hasn't been around. It can fall to $2. It can fall to 99 cents. anything can happen. And for anyone who wants to take the other side of that debate and say, no, pirate, you're wrong, I would caution them and say, well, did you think a year ago that we would be at $3? I didn't. So sometimes you got to accept the battlefield realities as they are. It'd be helpful for me if it would do something, because Mrs. Pirate wants new furniture for around the pool, and that shit's not gonna just miracle its way in here. Funky says he's not really surprised by much at this point. I'm with you on that one, Funky Pizza. Like, never say never. That's all I know. I saw someone earlier, I apologize, I don't recall their name, mentioning that they were hopeful that Trump would do something about, the criminality that's going on in the markets. And I wouldn't hold my breath for that. I thought that it might play a role for us, a positive role. But he's got so many far more pressing issues, bigger fish to fry. That's the word I was looking for. We're low on his list to do. When you got a government that's sending billions of dollars overseas of taxpayers' money that's actually being funneled into politicians' offshore bank accounts, and simultaneously you've got a FBI that's hostile to the sitting president, worrying about the stock market isn't exactly his driving right up. You're right, Nana. I didn't think we'd fall to single digits. $10 was the threshold. When we hit $9.09, I'm like, that's it. We're the single digit midget. Then the next one was 5. I'm like, yeah, we'll never. But we're not bankrupt. And I still hold my share. And if 6 years from now, the thing goes like a bad family, keep money 6 years from now just as much as. Yeah, so excuse me for a moment. I'm going to make preparations to change the alternator out on my son's Mustang. And the starting point for that will be to move the car closer to the garage where my tools are. That will have the added benefit of opening up more driveway space for the big trucks today. And I'm going to open the hood. I'm not going to start the work yet. But I like to do things piecemeal. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and start that little project, and I'll be back as quickly as I can.
I'll be right here, man.
I'm back, crew. Sorry about the delay.
How'd it go?
If you're curious as to how long it takes to get an alternator off a 2004 GT Mustang, that's how long, because my obsessive compulsive kicked in. I opened the hood. I moved the car where it needed to go. I opened the hood. I looked at it and I thought, that's going to be easy. So I grabbed a handful of tools. The tensioner for the alternator belt is easy breezy. So the belt came off of it in 10 seconds. They have 4 bolts on top, 10mm bolts on a bracket that's bolted to the intake. They're easy access. Those came out. But the coolest part was, I give credit to the Ford manufacturer, the bottom bolts that run in like the face, you didn't have to take them all the way out. The alternator itself has, instead of a bolt hole, it has like a cradle. So all you had to do was crack the bottom bolts loose and the whole thing just lifted off. It probably took me longer to get the plug wires off of it without breaking that cheap plastic than anything. I didn't want to have to work on the wiring harness. So it took me a while to pick at it and dig at it before it finally broke loose where I could pull on it. But no, Mrs. Pirate's happy. She can turn that in. When they go pick the new one up, they can hand them the core charge, and they don't have to worry about a core charge. We did get, while I was out there, we got a little disappointing news. They canceled for today on the pool work. They said the heavy rain last night is making it impossible for them to source dry sand. Part of that process is they get a big truckload of sand that comes in. I was explaining yesterday that sand goes in one hopper. The concrete goes in another hopper. It's all dry. A high pressure hose or compressor is hooked up to it, and it literally pumps that stuff dry through like a fire hose, what would be like a hose off a fire truck. But as it's being forced through, it's just done with high pressure air. And then they mix it, I guess 50-50 sand and concrete. It doesn't introduce moisture into it until it actually comes out the end of the hose where it's squirted onto the pool wall. And they screw my garden hose onto that. But I guess it's critical that the sand be dry, otherwise it clogs up their hose. He said because of the rain last night, there's no dry sand available. They're hopeful that tomorrow will be done.
It makes sense.
So my schedule just cleared for the rest of the day.
There you go.
Dynamite says 10mm sockets are elusive. Aren't they though, Mike? They seem to disappear rather easily. They asked the missus how early they could start. Our HOA, there's strict rules about what time in the morning. She wasn't sure. I thought it was 7 o'clock, but it may be 7:30 or something. But that would indicate that they plan on coming in real early in the morning as opposed to 1 in the afternoon. I would much rather have it be that way anyhow, so that as the morning progresses, if anything goes wrong, you're not under the sword of Damocles with that sun going down. Mrs. just advised me that the gun night shoot has been rescheduled for 6:30 tomorrow morning, as opposed to 1 o'clock today. So I'll be up and at 'em the old-fashioned way, ready to get after it. I actually would prefer that as opposed to starting at 1 in the afternoon. It's getting dark here about 5:30 or 6 in the afternoon, so I would much rather start at the crack of dawn, so that in the event anything happened, any sort of hiccups happen, you're not pressured by the impending darkness. So I choose to think that despite the fact I'm a little disappointed it's not happening today, that ultimately it's for the best. As I missed, Dynamite said there's currently a worst mare contest between Boston, Chicago, New York City, and Denver. Who's your money on? Yeah, Mike, it's there's a common theme. I love it when they talk about on Twitter and X. They talk about blue states seceding from the union and all that sort of thing. And I love it when people put them in check. There's no such thing as a blue state. There's blue cities. The entire United States is red, other than a few cesspools, a few fucking shitholes, Democratic strongholds. You know, and we all know who they are. You know, it's fucking Chicago, New York, California is loaded with cities. The closest thing that could come to an entire blue city may be California, but I would argue that there's lots of California that's red. It's just they're outnumbered with their inner city folks. But there's a trend here. You don't have to be a giant thinker to identify what's going on. The same cities that are rife with drugs, violence, murder capitals. You can bet your ass they're democratically controlled and have been for generations sometimes. At a minimum, 15 to 20 years. But more often it's longer than that. You think that would be evidence enough for the citizens to say, yeah, this doesn't work. But man, you can't fix stupid. But Donkey Kong said, easy, I live in one of those shitholes. That's on you, Kong. I mean, I can't help it. I mean, you're allowed to move. They got fucking moving trucks and U-Hauls. It's a free fucking country, man. You can pack up your shit and leave, or you can stay there and wallow in it. If you do stay, why can't you get somebody elected who can string a sentence together? Or someone who even has a basic knowledge of how the world works. Like I said, I don't fault you for staying. You're like, this is my home. I'm not going to give it up. My family's here, my roots. I'm like, that's fine. Then can't you get a handle on your leaders? I mean, who's electing these people? The song says waiting on Moas, like the song says waiting on the world to change. Long says his family's been in that city for 150 years, but they'll be happy to pack up and leave. That says something right there, Kong. Said his kids have all moved away. Yeah, there's really only two solutions, isn't there, Kong? You either fix it or leave. I guess there's three solutions: that you live in it. You accept it as what I call a fait accompli. It is what it is. It's your fate. You either just accept it and embrace the suck, live in this shithole and just recognize it for what it is. B, change it. Get people involved in politics and run the fucking dumbasses out of office and get somebody in who can start fixing things. Or, like I said, there's always the U-Haul option. Move someplace where they don't kill each other over the color of somebody's gym shoes or $20 bag of pot.
With compliance and shame, touch yourself.
It's a news story, but it said Congressman dies. I hate it when they do that. It's a teaser. Does anybody know? Terry? Paging Terry. Where are you, Terry? What's up with the congressman just died? Is he an ex-congress? I said congressman. It didn't say ex. So my first question is he a Republican or Democrat? Because it does change the voting. I think I missed the pricing update at the top of the hour. It's 11:35. The Florida Panhandle. AMC is currently at $3.04. GameStop at $24.64. Sorry I missed you at the top of the hour. It's the way the boulder bounces. Harry said that the guy who died was a Democrat. Governor Abbott appoint a reliable conservative congressman to Sylvester's now vacant seat. How about that? It's a shame that somebody's reached the end of their life. I think it'd only be kind to point that out. It's never a good thing to hear that somebody's died. Well, that's good, Tech. Glad everybody arrived safely. Excuse me. Just enjoy the fish tank, Tech. Ignore the charts, man. Enjoy the fish. Black one I just went by, that's a triggerfish. There he is. Big old triggerfish right there in the middle of the screen. Black one. See, they got a nice tarpon in there. They have a nurse shark. It's quite an aquarium. What's up, Captain?
Afternoon, fellas.
Hey, how are you, man?
Tech, we love, you said, where is the live stream? You're chatting on the live stream. Are you high this morning? You been into gummies or something?
Well, Pirate, you must be just preening around the house right now.
Yeah, I know some of the fish. GrayLeaf. I don't know all of them. Over the years, I've picked up quite a few of the names.
Well, what I'm saying is that I was just listening. I listened to Gammon, I guess a day ago.
I was asking, where's it at? Where's the location? You meant where is the fish tank at? I got you. GrayLeaf, I think he was asking where the feed was coming from. You made the same assumption I did. His question came across a little out of whack.
Trump's been in office for what, 6 weeks now? Hey, Pirate, can you hear me at all?
I can hear you, Aiden. Can you hear me?
That any better?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know what I did. Well, they gave Trump 6 months in office before they decided to do that Atlanta GDP number from 2.5 down to almost -3. That didn't take long.
Yes, sir.
Pirate, you must be traveling through time.
I think maybe he has his ears off. I don't know.
I mean, I saw where they did it. I think it was just a day ago. They had forecasted, the Atlanta Fed had forecasted -1.5. I said, well, there we go. But now to drop another percentage? Jesus Christ.
That's a percent of a big number.
Even funnier, they didn't just like walk it down and say, oh, his policies are doing this. It just basically it's, I would almost say, oh, I guess we'll just report the real number now.
Interesting.
And all our minions will just soak it up and say it's him.
Well, all the best lies or all the best ideas are usually stolen anyway, so.
Couldn't believe how long that speech went last night.
Oh, it was wonderful, man. It was great. It's probably the best one I've ever seen in my life.
And we couldn't get enough of it. I actually had a tear in my eye with that young kid.
Oh, man.
I don't know if he still has cancer, if he's battling it, and I don't think he knew. Maybe his dad probably knew. But his little eyes lit up so much when he saw that badge and card in the leather pouch. The dude just went nuts. That was awesome.
I think the entire nation, except for the Democrats, felt something there.
I don't even know how you could just sit there and just watch that like adults. They literally couldn't enjoy a kid's happiness.
All they can think about is everything they got's going away. That's all they care about.
And then I'm pretty sure the guy that was going to West Point, he probably figured it out that, hey, I don't need my congressman. The president's going to give me an appointment.
Yeah. Gave him the nod. Man, that was awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably figured that out of like, why am I here?
Yeah.
And as soon as he said the West Point, I'm sure he was like, yeah, I know what's going to happen now.
That shark. I know I saw a nurse
Yeah,
shark.
pirate curious, I don't think.
The one with the long tail on it is called a thrashing thresher.
Let me send him a note here.
I've heard of a thresher shark before. I think there was even a submarine named the Thresher. But I didn't know it was called a thrashing thresher.
Isn't the Thresher the one that sunk? Or was that tigerfish? We had two submarines that sunk.
Oh, I didn't know about
Never
that.
came back.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah. I think over the however many decades we've had submarines, I want to say we've lost 2.
Can't hear anybody in Discord. I was wondering why Captain didn't answer me when I greeted him. I guess I need to log out and try to log back in. Let me see what's happening.
Yeah, he can't hear us or something. He's had troubles the last couple of days.
That's why I logged out, because I could hear you guys talking. I'm like, oh, I must not be coming through.
Well, I guess the last few things that I said to Pirate or whatever today, he probably has no idea I'm even listening.
Yeah, I was, when it got over last night, I went, damn, that was a long speech. And I think he just cut himself off. I think he could have kept going.
Oh, he could have kept going. That guy got no off switch, man. He's just, that's who he is, man. It's awesome to do.
He literally talked, he had so much filling in his speech last night. He spoke as much stuff than Biden did. He spoke more than Biden did in 4 years.
Yeah.
And I love how he points to people and puts the who in it. Oh, I love that.
He was
Don't
very
act like-
clear.
Oh, yeah. He must hate Elizabeth Warren. God, he must hate her.
He probably just has fun screwing with those people. You know, that gal's got some screws loose. Everybody on that side over there last night, that was shameful. I mean, it's just, from a humanity level, it was just an absolute shame. And I don't think that those people will ever see it.
On the way out, when everyone was walking through the middle of the cabinet and all that, and even Trump, none of those guys could just reach over and shake his hand. As I used to say, even Tip O'Neill, as many arguments as him and Reagan had, they would still go out and go grab a drink.
Yeah, I think those times are gone, apparently, for, you know, any type of contest in the government. It seems like, well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, the other side's really strong, but the Democrats are just, they're holding on to some fundamentals there that are just embarrassing, and they may never see that.
Sorry about that, guys.
There he is.
What happened? I was talking, chat. I've been talking for an hour.
Well, I've been listening to you. I
thought
didn't hear
it was
anything.
awful quiet in here, and then Captain Hayden popped in, and I was like, "What's up, Captain?" And I didn't get a response out of him. I thought, well, you got a fucking phone call or something. I don't know.
I logged back in too. Yeah, I did the same thing. Of course, I'm driving right now. I had to go grab lunch for the wife. I was just saying how pathetic the Democrats look sitting in their stools with their little, what do you call it? The little signs like they're at the auction buying cattle.
Embarrassing, man.
Yeah, I gotta eat some lunch. I just want to check in with y'all. I'll if you guys are on later, I'll hook up with you. I gotta go to work today, so I'll probably hear you guys while I'm driving to work.
Okay, man. Be careful driving.
We'll see.
Bye.
Yeah, that's not going to happen in 2 weeks now. I'm going to
What's 2
say the
weeks?
soonest will be 5 weeks. How long before they finish my pool?
Yeah.
Just let me know if you want to go on it. Yeah. Leftover Chinese is fine. Mrs. Pirate treated us to her homemade jambalaya from scratch, and it is nothing short of fantastic. A little French baguette and some butter. Of course, the rice, obviously, but the whole family loves it, and there's very rarely any leftovers, but this time there was a really good helping left over. You put it in the ever-present Tupperware and stuck it in the refrigerator. Their standard rules are first come, first serve. You don't get to reserve anything. They do have some family rules about bringing home leftovers from a restaurant. I think you get the rules of engagement are 24 hours. The person who brings it home from the restaurant, if he doesn't eat it in the first 24 hours, the rest of the family can have at it. But as far as the home cooked stuff, it's ollie oxen free. But the youngest come home from school yesterday. Immediately went to the refrigerator to see what lunch was, and when he discovered that he had that last bit of jambalaya, he won the lottery. I remember he took it out of the fridge and said, "Well, look at what I have here." Big old grin from ear to ear. Like, you're lucky I forgot it was in there. Simple pleasures. Are the cats allowed out now? She was begging to go out before, so my question is, if they beg to go out, are they allowed out or no? Huh? That's all I wanted to know. She's over here scratching and clawing on that thing before, and I didn't know what to do, but next time she comes around, I'll let her out. Like I'll be dining on leftover Chinese today. That's always good. Just informed, we're going to have the beef tomato noodle for supper. If you haven't had that before, I would encourage you to seek that recipe out. Very simple, but a nice little combination. Be generous with the beef, don't be stingy with the meat. Few minutes after 12, the Florida Panhandle. AMC has been barcoding most of the day. It's currently trading at 3.035 to $3.03. Don't count that extra half a penny. GameStop, $24.655. So just a little over 65 cents, $24.65. Neither of them changing in any manner. No. Tonight, buffalo chicken. Yeah, we just had the big change.
My plan is that I will be pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Damn it. I'm trying to sneak some lunch in, and I seen Yucca popped in, so I put my headsets back on. And then he disappeared. Little fucker.
In and out, like ducks mating.
Hit and run. trying to communicate to you. Sandy, you were right. That on the news now they're saying that this was for work that was already done by USAID. It was contracted. It turned into a legal nightmare. I hope they fucking enjoy it because that's the last of it. Right. So the mechanism for creating a contract in the first place no longer exists. Put a post in chat that said why these cities are not engulfed in flames from riders. It's a mystery to me. I was commenting about Donkey Kong, talking about Boston being taxpayers being ripped off $1 million for some sort of consulting or something. But it just dawned on me, I don't think you guys can even see that. Because as I've known to do, I go back and delete my post after some time. And when I touch on it, all it says is go to channel. It doesn't give me an option to delete it. And I think I discovered on KC's channel what that means is it never got posted. So it's like a censorship sort of thing where I type those words in, but you guys never seen it. That's weird. You think that they would give you some sort of a screen thing that says you cannot post this or this runs afoul of our terms of service, but I think it's a little bit sneaky the way they go about it.
Run faster than.
Big blast in them. Sharper them. Run faster than. Big blast in them. Sharper them.
Like, I'm back. We got half the mission complete. They didn't have it. They wouldn't answer the phone, but we thought they might have it. We ordered it. They said they'll bring the part in at 4 o'clock. I'm not telling you, these cars are running me ragged around here. We've been, since we lost 2 vehicles to 2 accidents in such a short period of time, and reduced down now to my big truck, which nobody wants to drive, my son's car, which he needs for college, and then we have the beater, the minivan. And it seems like as soon as I fix something on one, immediately something else fails. And it seemed to get all of them fixed at the same time. Now, once again today, after the alternator goes onto my son's car, it should have all of them in working order. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes before something shits the bed again. Get you some, Ben. So you got to give some details. Took a short position in what the S&P, the Q. Well, I mean not the Qs, but short position in what? Details, my man. Details. Numbnuts. Vin, are you gonna answer me? Or are you just gonna fucking ignore me? It's not a matter of taking you serious or not. I take everybody as serious. Look, dumbass, if somebody types into chat, I just went long NVIDIA or I just went short Caterpillar, it's not taken as a joke unless you put something in there, either put I'm laughing or whatever. So, I mean, don't act like I'm the dumbass here because I just took you at your word. I don't know if you're trying to pick a fight with me or whatever, but you might want to fucking step back and think about it. I ain't in the mood for any stupid shit today. You just said you took a huge short. If you can't beat them, I didn't say huge. If you can't beat them, join them. And I was like, cool. What did you short? And then you come at me with it. You're taking everything serious. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you just need some attention today. I don't know. Fuck me, calm. I don't know. Any number of things. With the VIX being where it's at, certainty in the markets, wouldn't surprise me one little bit to see people shorting the fuck out of different companies. can't help myself calm. I told you, I am a man devoid of patience. Say it neither as a boast or a confession. It's just a matter of the fact of the matter. I just don't have any patience. I don't know, Colin. Tiger can't change the strikes, man. I try to stay as true to my real self as I can on here, man. But look, dude, if it makes you laugh, then I call it a success. Because in the end, that's all I want to do. I just want to hang out and have fun, laugh a little bit, watch the fucking chart, pass the time. I tell you, I do my absolute best, man. Sometimes I guess I just get a little sideways, they say in the South. And I look at that aquarium and it makes me want to revisit my bucket list item of scuba diving. I was jealous Casey learned how to scuba dive. I had a friend, my best friend was stationed in Hawaii at Hickam Air Force Base. He's a really good diver. It's one of those things. I thought, well, I'd really like to get educated and certified to be a scuba diver. When I see those fish and how tranquil that looks, it makes me want to consider that again. I do have to confess that in the current environment that Trump has created with the tariffs with Canada and all that, I'll confess, I've probably been using that as a way to pick fights on Twitter and X. There's some pretty low-hanging fruit out there. It's not hard to identify somebody who is either Canadian or at least aligns with that whole American Trump's evil thing. So if I'm going to do a mea culpa, I might as well be forthcoming. I have been picking fights with those folks on the regular. Probably engaging in a little bit of bullying, perhaps, if I was going to be completely honest. Say I did or didn't, but I can neither confirm nor deny that accusation. forgot to give you guys the update too. I got an upgrade for supper. Not that the the planned meal wasn't, the beef noodle bowl isn't. Like I said, that's a wonderful recipe. But I was asked if I would prefer to have hot wings, buffalo chicken thighs. Yeah, that's definitely an upgrade. So beef noodle bowl will have to wait for another day. See some hot sauce in my future tonight. Salt Amphibian. Good. It's good to see you, man. Hope the highway's been treating you well today. I wouldn't give anybody hell, I would say, Frog. Just a little misunderstanding between myself and Zipperhead. We got him squared away, though. Oh, the truth is, that's probably the most excitement we've had all day. Then I was watching paint dry in here. Dock not moving. Nothing newsworthy to get excited about. I respect that. Frog said he had 9 days off at Christmas since last May. I can count on the fingers the times I've had off. That's it, man. That is, then you're on the right path, Frog. You are indeed on the right journey. For guys like you and I, that's the only path that's available. You have no alternative. This is one of his drivers is coming back April with 2 brand new knees. Well, good for them. Good. Till then, you just got to keep on keeping on. You laugh at this one, Frog. The Mexicans that are doing my pool here, they spilled about a pound of drywall screws on the street, right where you park your car up against the curb in front of my house. Didn't bother to bend over and pick them up. I don't know if they didn't see them or if they acted like they didn't see them, but I kid you not. You couldn't pick it up with 2 hands in one big scoop. After I called them over and brought it to their attention, and none of them spoke English, but I pointed to their truck, pointed to the screws, and pointed to the ground, and they got the point. So they got down on their hands and knees, cleaned them all up. But then as I was using a backpack blower to blow the dirt off of the street from the pool excavation, I found another 6 screws. This is within 3 or 4 days of me having a tire replaced on my dump trailer because they refused to patch it again at the tire store. So I was, like I said, it wasn't a pleasant experience for me to find a pound of drywall screws 2-3 inches from my dump trailer. think I got lucky because I've inspected them real close. I didn't see any screws in it, and it's been 24 hours. I don't have any air loss, but one of those tires goes flat, I'm going to lose my shit. And lemonade. Good. Papa Max says, did they not get the memo that the official language is now English? Exactly, man. Nobody, apparently they weren't briefed in. The Mexican pool boys weren't briefed in on the linguistics directives. I gave himself whiplash. Papa Mac said Safelight is replacing a windshield in his garage, in his car. I'm editorializing there. In his own garage. Very convenient how they come to your house. Yeah. Windshield replacement is one of the easy ones. That's a very specific task. A lot of that stuff works the same on multiple cars. So, in Florida, windshields are free. I believe it used to be free, meaning you didn't have to pay a deductible. But they passed a law that if you have a damaged windshield, you get it paid for and you get it fixed, and your insurance company pays at no cost to you. No deductible, like you would have an accident. Yeah, they make it pretty easy to get a new windshield installed. $100 deductible for Papa Mac in Missouri. The way it is. Windshields today are a little more complicated than the old days. Some of them have these heads-up displays, the HUD displays. Some of them have electric wires for defrosting, and then there's also, I think, some of them have speed sensors and stuff like that, not to mention backup cameras and shit. So I would imagine it's a little bit more complicated than the old days where they would just snatch the old one out. I know I dated a girl whose daddy owned a junkyard, auto recycler, for years, and they never sold windshields. And I asked him why, and he said, because you usually break them taking them out. He said it's really hard to get a windshield out of a car without breaking it. That guys would come to the scrapyard and they feed a piece of piano wire through to cut the seal. You got to go all the way around it and cut the seal, take the rubber seal off of it. But then they would get inside the car and use their feet to try to push the windshield out. And he said, and they would always break it. It would crack right down the middle because they couldn't distribute the pressure evenly. So when you're putting a windshield into the car, it doesn't, because of the shape of the windshield, it has the arch to it. So there's directional strength. But, yeah. $100, I guess, for a deductible to get a brand new windshield installed. I guess all things being equal, that's not too bad. this German bonds have gone through the roof. They've got Rick Santorum, which he's pretty well respected. He knows his shit. He's going on and on and on about the whole thing on CNBC, specifically the 2-year. I guess their 10 years up as well. So if you follow the bond market or if it interests you, just know that something's happening. German bonds, a lot of money flowing into that. I guess if I think about it correctly, the higher the bond goes, the less people want them, because it would indicate they have to pay a higher and higher interest rate in order to sell those. So I guess what's happening is somebody is scared to buy German debt right now. I think that's how it plays out. If anybody cares to counter that, please elucidate me. Yeah, somebody thinks Germany's in default. That's what I'm reading here. Of course, I'm gummy deep. But if they're paying higher and higher interest rates to sell 10-year bonds, that means nobody wants them. And you say, why would nobody want them? Well, either A, they're going to be worth less later on, or B, their entire system is in peril. Probably the former. Whatever the rates they were currently selling them at, somebody knew that was going to be a loser going down the road. That's forcing the German financiers to cough up more to move their paper. German treasuries, German bonds. Let's see, I didn't have that on my bingo card today. Gold is at 2,929. It looks like most of the major indices are green, headed north, if you will. So everything seems to be coming up roses for the moment. Right, what that's about. They say, friend is your friend, don't fight the tape.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ha ha. Very so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing
Made it back for the power hour. Snuck off. Saw Mrs. Pirate preparing a cup of tea for the afternoon. And I thought to myself, doesn't look too bad, but I wanted coffee. So I snuck over to the Keurig machine and myself a cup. We used to have a little tradition of drinking coffee in the afternoon. It happens with a lot of folks as you age. But for some reason, we kind of got away from it when we moved back to Florida. But I have recently developed a taste for it in the afternoon again. Now that coffee is distinctly different than what we normally drink. Yeah. It has a smokiness to it, I guess because it's dark roasted or whatever, medium roast, but you can tell it probably roasted to a greater degree than whatever we drink, our Maxwell House or Folgers or whatever. My son brought a bag of fancy smancy Colombian coffee, Starbucks. That's what I was trying to think of. And for years we've drank just good old fashioned Maxwell Health. I'd walk on the wild side a little bit and see what this is all about. Not bad. I would say it's different. I would say it's stronger, maybe just a little bit more bitter, and definitely you can tell it's been roasted, almost like a smokiness to it. Or my first inclination was to say like a burnt flavor. Elon Musk put out a post that said there's still almost twice as many credit card and purchasing cards as there are people in the government. So that's strange right there. Just the numbers don't line up. And he said, and the limits are $10,000. He put in a comment, a lot of shady expenditures happening. Oh, you can't believe it. All you got to do is establish yourself as a small business, have somebody in your family, and then you just do whatever up to the limit of whatever they're allowed to use their company government credit card for to make quote unquote purchases. There you go. Done deal. I'm just mad I didn't get in on it. Yeah, I followed him, Gunther Eagleman. He said, Representative Anna Paulina Luna has announced she will be referring all 4 mayors present today at the congressional hearing over to Pam Bondi for criminal prosecution. She's claiming they're in direct violation of 8 U.S. Code 1324. He's going to be criminally referring them for investigation going over to Pam Bondi. I'm assuming they had some mayors come in to try to explain. I'm guessing this is about dollars being used for illegal immigrants. I may be wrong on that, but looks like there's some drama to be had there. Jonathan Turley, who's a constitutional scholar, very educated man, said there's more to meet than meets the eye in this 5-4 unsigned opinion. He's talking now about the Supreme Court. And it says after the March 6th hearing on the preliminary injunction, the case can be appealed to these awaiting justices. Only 4 are needed to review, so you do the math. So this is back to the freezing of the $2 billion in aid. A lot of excitement. There's one for you, Sandy. It says Virginia Fox just forced every last mayor at this hearing to admit to how much they've spent on illegal aliens in the past 4 years. Chicago has spent $574.5 million. Denver spent 79 million, and New York City spent 6.9 billion with a B dollars. Fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. It was an all expense paid vacation, Sandy. And here's the thing, those hotel owners cleaned up because they were renting the government these rooms for like $300 to $1,000 a night, where they couldn't get $150 out of retail for those same rooms. I knew there were going to be fortunes made and all this shit, and that money's never coming back. I helped out a little bit, Papa Mac, with the Jerry lyrics. Specifically, the old Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? I wrote that part of it, the hook line. And to be honest with you, I stole that. That's plagiarized from Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. If you listen to the Michael Jackson song Smooth Criminal, I think it's Carrie, are you okay? Are you okay, Carrie? You've been hit by a smooth criminal. Something like that. But that's where that was my contribution to the Jerry song. And I think I did a little something else for the second verse. Fun stuff. Donkey Kong says, with the New York money alone, they could have bought every homeless veteran a new home. Yeah, I don't know if that's how the math works on that, Kong, but I take your point. It's just unbelievable to me, man. I want people to come together, not even come together as Democrats or Republicans, just Americans, and say, listen, shouldn't we just hook up Americans first? I would rather see the money go to Democrats. Blue-haired, lesbian, LGBTQ, transvestite, lunatics, I call them birth defects. I would rather see them get the money than a foreigner, somebody from another country. It's just, the whole thing is, it's a level of self-harm that's unexplainable. I know what it was all about, though. This was part of, they don't want countries to have individual sovereignty anymore. They're scattering, evil forces are scattering immigrants around the world to try to dilute the natural cultures in those areas. I'm certain of it. The evidence is quite clear. All you got to do is tune into the news. Tune into the news for London, England, or Ireland right now, and see what's dominating their news cycle. See what kind of violence is taking place. See what kind of criminal activity that's new, that wasn't historically a part of that area. I'll go ahead and spell it out for you. Sexual predation of young girls and rapes. And then see if you can find anything else that has changed that correlates with that lines up with the timeliness of this influx of these new crimes. You don't have to be a fucking genius. It's immigration from countries that have a culture that allows that sort of activity. Specifically, Islamists and Muslims. There it is, and people can call me xenophobic or say I'm racist or a Zionist. I don't even know what that fucking means. It's got something to do with the Jewish shit. But the facts speak for themselves. You can scream, you can stomp your feet and be as mad as you fucking want, but it doesn't change the facts. And it's happening everywhere. It's the same way when people say, how did Ilhan Omar get elected to Congress? From fucking where? Minnesota? Like, why does fucking Minnesota send a Somali refugee to Congress? Who would do that? I need to meet those people, those Minnesotans. Then you find out it's a whole fuckload of people from, you guessed it, Somalia. So Obama brings them in here, dumps hundreds, if not thousands, into a tiny little area. You concentrate them now so that they take over that district, that electoral district. The way our system's set up is each state, has little tiny areas, and it's meant to be that those people that live in that area can send a representative to Washington. So you got a Minnesota population that's been whatever it's been since the founding of our country, and then overnight, within a few plane loads, it's a mini Somalia. And wham, you've got Ilhan Omar sitting in the fucking Capitol talking about how she's here to do what's best for Somalia. I don't know how people don't see that it's just that common. It's just, that simple. It's not. There's not a thing I've just shared with you that can't be proven, and they never have a rebuttal for it. And you're being invaded. Mrs. Pirate disagrees with me 100%. I love her. We're allowed to have our independent thoughts. But I know I'm right on this. Now, whether or not it's going to be successful or not, that's a whole nother story. But there's an attempt being made to change cultures through immigration, and it's not being done just to help people find a better life. There's something far bigger at play here, and I think it's a way to destroy individual cultures in countries around the world, to make everything more, what would you call it, unified. I know what I see with my own eyes. I grew up in the Midwest, Cincinnati, Ohio. That's not exactly close to Minnesota, but I know Minnesota hasn't been like a mecca for Somalian refugees, for 50 or 60 years. Something happened. Somebody made a decision. I promise you, I'll bet you if I was to dig into it, I'd find out that there's probably a big corporation behind it that needed cheap labor, something like a butchering facility for chickens or a pork manufacturer. they historically love big migrant populations because they can exploit the cheap labor. There's a book that was written about that. I've spoken about it many times called The Chain. You get a chance, you want to know where your food comes from and how it works. Read it. Very interesting. But I digress. Whether it's because of someone like Tyson's Chicken or a pork producer that needed a big population that they could essentially have as like modern day slaves. If it's not that, then maybe it was just as simple as there was a vulnerable district there that they knew that if they pumped enough foreigners into it, that it virtually guaranteed them a seat at the table in DC. And if that's the way it went down, that's some terrifying shit. That means an effort was made to literally to create a position for themselves in Washington. Ilhan Omar would never walk the halls of Congress if somebody didn't dump all those immigrants into Minnesota. That was all one act, so that they could have somebody at the seat at the table to make demands. Yep, you got it, Kong. It's called a soft takeover. Again, it wasn't like the people from Minnesota said, "Oh, we met this little girl named Ilhan Omar, and she's an immigrant, and she's become one of us now. We love her. She's a wonderful person, and oh, her recipes from Somalia are just something to die for. And we think we value her intellect so much, we're going to send her to Washington to represent us." Fuck no, it didn't. That didn't go that way. Somebody brought, like me delivering a fucking load of gravel to a job site. Somebody brought a whole delivery load of Somalians and then dumped them in one tiny little area so that they could all vote for that particular Senate seat, House seat. But the point is, it was done by design. And instantly, she was guaranteed a spot in Washington, D.C. So what you have is a geographical area that isn't being represented in Washington by their local people. You have an area that was identified as having a small enough population that it could easily be countered if enough sudden mass immigration was concentrated there, and those people voted the way they were told, that it virtually guaranteed that a brand new person would be sent to Washington. And you think about that. You still want him in. Twisty said, "We just love that Somalian cuisine, don't you know?" What troubles me about it, Twisty, is that it's the audacity of it. It's not like say for instance Chinatown in California. The Chinese population, because of their cultures and their desire to associate freely with their own cultural kind, they've gravitated. So Chinatown's become a place. So I get that. It's not like that there's some mystery about why people from foreign cultures who decide to make America their home end up having little areas that they are drawn to. I mean, that's normal. It's logical. But I'm not talking about something that happened over a course of years from immigrations who come normally. I'm talking about an act that was very specific in nature, like saying, listen, we need some control in Washington, D.C. So here's what we're going to do. We found a little town in the Midwest. It has a modest population, and most of that is Democrat. It's already blue. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to move a whole bunch of immigrants to this one particular area. We'll make sure they're all associated, family and all that sort of thing. And because they come from the same part of the country, they will vote as a monolithic block. They're all going to be, once they're told or instructed by the people, they'll do exactly as they're supposed to. So, and because of that, we're virtually guaranteed a win. So it's like creating your own representative in Washington by focusing your immigration efforts to a weak district. And it's beyond political. It's like somebody said, a soft takeover. It's not like a coup. A coup requires an involvement for a sitting governor to be replaced through like military people or something like that. So I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some sort of a term for it, but I know what it's not. It's not representation of the people, the people who lived, and the good people of Minnesota. Donna says it's insightful. Well, thank you, Donna. All you have to do is ask yourself, Donna, well, how does an immigrant from Somalia end up in Washington, D.C. in the building that has the most power in the world? How does that come to pass? And you say to yourself, well, she has to be elected, Pirate. That's the way it's done. She gathers enough signatures. You say, well, who would sign a petition for her sending her? She's clearly not a hyper intelligent person. She doesn't come across as particularly well versed in politics or American history. She hasn't been here in our country very long, and she's made it clear that her allegiances are really to Somalia. It's like, who would support that? Like, well, I don't see like your run-of-the-mill fifth generation Minnesotans being like, she's my girl. Yeah, the one with the little headscarf on. That's who we're going with this time. Me and Ma and my brother, we talked about it. Just after we got through harvesting corn, get the cow pigs in, we're going to go ahead and we're going to send her to Washington to speak for us. It didn't happen that way. You go, man, she's from Minnesota. I'm like, when did Minnesota become a tiny little piece of Somalia? So then you look into that and see how all that went down, and you'll see that what it was a concerted effort to concentrate immigration to an area that virtually guaranteed a seat in D.C. What's that?
They only make up 3% of the district.
Mrs. Pirate said that the counter argument to that is that they only make up 3% of her district. But how many people of the district vote? I mean, I guess that's the question. But if out of that 3%, they all go to the polls? Huh?
61% are white.
61%. So Mrs. Pirate said there's a flaw in my argument that 61% of Minnesotans from that district are white. So now that my question would be for then, why would a fifth generation white American send her to Washington? Somebody needs to explain that to me then. That doesn't make any sense.
The only Democrat running, they would vote for her.
Mrs. Pirate said if she was the only Democrat voting and they're loyal to the Democratic Party, they'll vote for her. I would just find it incredible that even a Democrat in Minnesota could hear her look into a camera and say that she does what's best for Somalia and say, I'm still voting for her. Oh, Mrs. Pirate said she's certain that when she was running, she wasn't saying that sort of stuff. That makes sense. It's a possibility. Again, Sandy, it just points out to me that I think it's relatively easy to get elected in Washington. If Maxine Waters, Ilhan Omar, all the rest of them, that whole list of the squad, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if they can get elected, anybody can get elected. All you got to do is say, I'm going to do this thing and make a concerted effort to it, because those people have one thing in common. They're not particularly smart. They're emotional. Yeah, she's like, Walsh was the vice president. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Donkey Kong, she said she married her brother. That was the thing, was they claimed that she committed immigration fraud by, she came here seeking asylum. They gave it to her. She became a citizen. Then she supposedly married her brother on paper, and then brought him in as her spouse, which meant he automatically got appointed. And that's the claim. Now, I don't know if it's internet bullshit. You know, to be honest, I mean, I hate the bitch, but I'm not going to sit here and say I know that to be a fact. But that is the rumor that they talked about, that she committed, 2 times she committed immigration fraud. That's another thing of, how do you claim asylum from Somalia, but you skip over 5 other countries to come to America? If she's fleeing Somalia as a refugee, well, all she's got to do is go to where? The Sudan or Argentina, any place. Any North Africa, Morocco, any of those places. Why did she had to pass over like 8 countries to get to the United States? So the argument that I'm fleeing persecution, well, that's a lie. You're an economic migrant. You're going to someplace because you know they got it going on. Otherwise, you would have just, you know, went to the very next country where you wouldn't be quote unquote persecuted anymore. They don't bullshit me one little bit. Papa Mac says, well, Joe Biden was the president, for goodness sakes, talking about how people can find themselves in position of leadership when they clearly are ill-equipped. Mrs. Pyre said, incompetent. She even gave me a better word. I told my son I was bragging myself up, which I love to do. I love to boast. It's a character flaw. I told him, I said, I had to pull that master mechanic shit out this morning. I said, it took me 7 minutes to snatch the alternator off your brother's car. And my son said, Dad, it would take me 7 minutes just to find a YouTube tutorial. I thought that was pretty funny. Donkey Kong says, Pocahontas. Yeah, she's another one. Lied to get her job, lied to get her teaching positions, claiming to be Native American. Because, and that's another example, Kong, where he understood how crooked the system was. So she was best positioned to understand that by lying about being an Indian would guarantee her success. See, she understood that it's a fixed, rigged game. And it's like I always joke around about not being in on it. He said, I'm getting in on this. So she knew that it's all this horse shit about, instead of hiring professors off of their merit, that they were fulfilling these DEI requirements. And by checking off that she was a Cherokee Indian, that she would immediately be offered a position. That to me is like it's an admission of guilt in and of itself. It's like, this right here is prima facie evidence that you knew exactly how the system works and how it leans towards that, and you gamed it for your own benefit. But they didn't. All they did was talk about her, make a little few jokes about her. She still got her job. Trump called her out last night during the speech. He called her Pocahontas to her face. And she just clapped and said, good one, ha, ha, ha. But she's still collecting her check and her retirements and all that. And I'm like, there's no accountability. These people get caught doing all that. And they, other than a few embarrassing moments in front of a camera, they just go right back on to collecting their money. I got a real kick out of listening to Trump read off those. Somebody mentioned it earlier. I'm replowing old ground. But him mentioning by line item, the ridiculous nature of the expenditures that the money that was going overseas and what they claimed it was for. I mean, if it wasn't, it would sound like a Saturday Night Live skit if it wasn't such a serious matter. Good afternoon, Daniel. Good to see you. There's the closing bell.
That certain, is it got COVID? That was the- right?
Time Trump spent about issues you care about. He's
And
put
I've been
65
talking for 10 minutes and the microphone's been turned off.
63% say he spent a lot of time. 30% say he spent a little time. 9% spent didn't spend any time on other issues. Speech makes you feel 68% hopeful, 54% proud.
68% Medicare.
Yeah. 27% said worried. 16% said angry. And speech.
Donkey Kong, I forgot to turn my speaker on before. But in regards to your comment about Smokey and the Bandit, my father, who was a police officer, was a doppelganger. He looked exactly like Jackie Gleason and his character, Smokey and the Bandit, the sheriff of Beaufort, Chief Justice. My dad was a fat man, but he was a cop till the day he died. But man, his real life personality was not very dissimilar from the guy on Jackie Gleason's character. Believe that or not, it's the truth. Funny stuff.
Does Trump have a clear plan for inflation? 68% said yes. This is liking plan, Trump's plan for specific issues. 77%. Percent of viewers said they were Republicans.
Donkey Kong, I love that movie so much.
27.
And I've watched it millions of times, but when I was in the military all those years ago, I used to do the Jackie Gleason impression. I had a lot of the dialogue from the movie memorized. The scene where he's in the truck stop getting a Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper. Make it fast, I'm in a goddamn hurry. I used to be able to do the whole thing, and I would do both parts. I'd have to do, because nobody around me had to, they just didn't know the shtick. But so I would do the Jackie Gleason impression, and then I would switch over because the Bandit, Burt Reynolds' part is very brief in that, where he says, "Who's chasing you, Sheriff?" But I used to get those guys. I could make them laugh till they were ready to put their uniforms in the Air Force. I love that movie. Good comedy. had my microphone turned off. I'm trying to say thank you, Swifty, or GrayLeaf, for liking my little Twitter post there. I was a moment of boredom, so I thought I'd share a few thoughts with the Twitterverse. And that was very kind of you, Anna, and thank you. Yeah, I saw that one, I think, last night. Donkey Kong. I thought you had something new. Yeah, that was the old. They need to come to Florida if they want to see a Stanley Cup. What a Stanley Cup team looks like. Come in all hot like you had something new and fresh, dude. That's some old stale shit. Come on. Had me stepping and fetching like there was some fresh meat being offered up. Jesse, you want a battle buddy for deliveries?
It was an okay one. I just wasn't very good. I was gonna do it if you were gonna go to Midway.
No, but I gotta go to 87. So we could go do the delivery and then
Are you going right now?
at 4, he said after 4.
Yeah, we can do that.
Here you go. I love to see the side hustle scam. It tickles me to death to see Jesse go and come back with money in his pocket. I think it's funny as shit, man. This pirate brought it to my attention that I had conflated YouTube with Discord. You know, Donkey Kong said, and I actually read it to them. They're like, "Damn, Dad, you actually read it that he put it in Discord." I'm like, "Yeah, I mixed up Discord with YouTube. I thought he meant that a new YouTube video had dropped." So I went to YouTube to search for it. So I guess the gummies are kicking harder than I thought. I did find it though. Some funny shit, Jesse. Some guy just posted in Twitter, he said, "As a German, I just want to get this straight. The entire Western world wants us to build up a huge army, march through Poland, and fight the Russians if necessary. Just writing it down so there are no misunderstandings in the future." That is fucking comedy gold right there. He's like, just making sure there's no misunderstandings in the future. Oh, there's some smart people out there, man. Guess it's a bell curve, isn't it?
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, Oh, ha, ha. Jerry was so mad. Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you've got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha, ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no.
This will make you guys smile. I hope. Make you laugh. So this is how we roll at Camelot with Team Pirate. My son's alternator was scheduled to be delivered to O'Reilly's Auto Parts at 4 o'clock. So the wife knew she had to run across our little community here to pick that up. She asked my son if he'd like to ride along. He says, yeah. He looks at his phone. He claims there's a delivery for something or other from Walmart on the real close to that vicinity. So now they're going to go pick up the alternator. They're going to do a quick, I guess, delivery of something or other. And the delivery pays $25. So it just tickles me to no end that they've got a little side hustle going there, that they can combine a trip that they have to make anyhow and somehow or another turn it into a little profit center. Gotta love the hustle. GrayLeaf says she's shutting the clubhouse down in 5 minutes. Oh, 5-ish. I thought 5 minutes, 5-ish. Oh, hell, we got another hour to go. Or unless, GrayLeaf, are you on Eastern time or Central? KC and I don't think I've ever asked you. Well, either way, we either have 15 minutes or an hour and 15 minutes. And we'll be relegated to Discord only. Oh, okay, you're East Coast, so you're going to shut her down in 15 minutes. Well, there you go. Anybody's got any interesting stories, you better get it in now while the getting's good. Massachusetts. Well, I apologize, Gray, if you shared that with me. Sometimes it goes in one ear and out the other. My short-term memory is diminishing day by day. So forgive me if you've already shared that, please.
In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air.
All right, GrayLeaf, thanks for streaming. Well done. I'll see you tomorrow. Pirates out.
Together strong, we'll soar high above through the highs and the lows. It's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. business of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.